When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my years for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Featured story today, Mount Pleasant family says daughter's haircut by school staff exposes racial bias. Additional news we'll cover: Democrats are destroying America. Nazis down at the TPUSA conference where Trump was speaking. Extremely oppressive heat in the Northeast turns deadly. New system creates jet fuel from water. Study says depression not caused by chemical imbalance, raising questions about antidepressants, and more interesting pieces of news. The Go Free lesson of the day: Republicans and conservative content creators attack faux foes. We're going to get into that. It's not in Go Free just yet, but it will be in future iterations and editions. We're going to talk about the isolationists. What's that? MC for today: where one is harmed, all are harmed. We're going to get into that. Your comments and questions, of course. And then there is this. The other day, I got coffee at a boutique coffee shop when they asked for my name so that they could write it on the cup. They also asked for my pronouns. I grinned and said, my pronouns are I and am and thee and she and it.
No white guilt.
Hello, everybody. We're going free 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, where a senile man lives in a big white house. It is 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you. I hope you all are having as glorious a day as I am, especially here at the beginning of our Go Free gatherings. It is absolutely wonderful to see you all. Remember, you may financially gift over the course of this gathering. You can do so on Entropy at 15% to you. You can do so on Odyssey at 15% to you. You can do so on the Cash App at no cost to you. Remember, the people at Entropy absolutely deserve it. They're doing a wonderful job over there in defense of freedom of speech. Hey, you may also financially gift with a cryptocurrency over at nowhiteguilt.org. Nowhiteguilt.org. You click on the financial gifts tab, you'll see the cryptocurrency wallets that we use. And then I share your anonymous gifts with folks. The following week, you will also find a snail mail address at which you can reach out to me, as some have done recently. And we'll go into that mailbag a little bit later in our gathering. But let's go ahead and get started with a big salute and raucous emojis to Dude Bro Moments, who financially gifted $50 at the very end of our roll-in going free the other day. And I had already wrapped things up, and the music was playing. I couldn't come back at that point. I saw it. Actually, the music was almost at its end, and I was clicking the end stream. So that's Dude Bro Moment, the last Go Free gathering, financially gifting 50 save our white babies from anti-whiteism dollars. That guy is a magnificent champion. And we're going to get underway. We also have a financial gift from Promethean Epoch, I just noticed. But we're going to get underway, and we will get to that in a moment. We're going to go ahead and start with Democrats are destroying America. Biden and Democrats are destroying America. This from the Sun Chronicle. Do you hear that flushing sound? Types the editor over here at the Sun Chronicle. Sadly, it's America going down the toilet. There isn't a thing that the Biden administration hasn't screwed up. You would need at least 6 full pages of this newspaper, to list the details of this administration's disastrous policies. Inflation destroying the American family and standard of living. The crisis at our border has become an invasion, writes this author, not yours truly, with hundreds, they're just intruders, they weren't invited, with hundreds of thousands of, he's calling them migrants, they are intruders, entering the country, drugs flowing over the border, and our communities causing thousands of deaths among our young people. This is what Biden wants, but he never explains why or mentions it at all, because he just doesn't care. This author could not be more incorrect. They want that because they're anti-white. That's the reason why they want everything that they're doing. The people, anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, that is why they are doing every single thing that they are doing. It is to inflict injury on Western kind, Western civilization. And if you don't get that right, you won't get anything right. And we're going to cover in the Go Free lesson of the day a tweet that I read yesterday, I think it was, for the first time, responded to today when I had a moment's time, and invited that individual over here to be with us on Going Free. I hope he's here. But before we get into any more news, I want to mention another prediction come true for yours truly, and that is that Amazon over there at their Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power, that they paid, I think, over $1 billion for, because that's what you can do when you have all the money in the world. They have gone ahead and made Sauron. Now, I'm not talking about Saruman the White. They've made Sauron, the guy who is just an eye, like a cat's eye pupil in Lord of the Rings movies. They have made him a light-featured white male. What a surprise. Everybody here could never have seen that coming. Everybody going free would never have seen that coming. That's completely impossible to be able to predict, except 100% exactly what we could predict and exactly what has come true. Indeed, it is a very blonde, light-featured white male that they have cast here. And I don't know, maybe they made him even more blonde. I would be interested if somebody could find out over the course of the stream, is this actor's eye color naturally blue? And if it is not naturally blue or green, did they add blue or green contacts to the actor for the character? I'd be interested to find that out. They've done, anti-whites have done that before. Something that doesn't quite make sense when you say that it's all about globo homo. This is we're going to be going to in the Go Free lesson of the day. So stick around. You don't want to miss it because you get to learn here. You don't get to just hear about the doom and the documenting of the doom and the dissecting of the doom and the divination of the doom. No, we actually teach you to be a victor in your world, in your life, with your family. We have folks talking about remarkable things, magnificent things, miracles in their worlds, curing the relationships with their mothers and fathers, these people that they were such at odds with because the mothers and fathers were so anti-white. And now, for the first time in their lives, able to communicate with those people. But let's find out about this. What a shock. Sauron, the ultimate evil in the Lord of the Rings story, because you don't get to see, and I don't guess that they will actually portray Morgoth, which is the supreme evil. Nothing is above his evil. I don't think they portray him, but we'll see. I would imagine that if they portray Morgoth, he's going to just be a smoke. He's going to just be, some sort of, maybe he would be like in some sort of armor and you wouldn't be able to see his face. Sauron, though, you get to see his face and you get to learn the ultimate evil in Lord of the Rings is a white guy, very fair featured. What a surprise when it comes to these SOBs. Extremely oppressive heat wave in the Northeast turns deadly. This is what they're doing now. Whatever, those of us who care about white well-being, we actually care about the environment. We actually care about the wildlife. And so we in power would take steps to actually preserve those things while not destroying our people, while not destroying our civilization, because we can indeed work in harmony. What you see out in the world so much of across the West is laissez-faire, runaway, crony capitalism, where there's no driver, no concern, nothing else there but personal enrichment. And when you have nothing else there that is driving everyone, you have no sort of control, you have no sort of incentives and disincentives in place to achieve outcomes that are harmonious for the planet, the wildlife, and humanity. You end up with this sort of thing. And as a consequence, environment gets damaged and these sorts of things. But the claim that there is some sort of runaway catastrophe going on planet Earth that is anthropogenic in its nature is disputed, in my opinion. I mean, you have to look out there for yourself by many thousands and thousands of scientists. Again, my opinion, but look out there for yourself. Because I know the anti-whites that control YouTube and elsewhere, they strongly believe in and endorse, very interesting line of thought for these anti-whites. They strongly believe in and endorse the narrative. It's really just part of the anti-white narrative that humanity has caused a catastrophe, the likes of which the world has never seen, except maybe at its inception, when the hunks of matter were coming together to form the Earth. At least that's what we're told. The likes of which has not seen since then. And then what is the remedy for that? Well, the remedy for that is to deprive you, white people, of air conditioning and heating and food and etc., and complain about your carbon footprint, while at the same time bringing millions of non-white people in from other parts of the world where their carbon footprint was this big. And now they get to the US and Germany and UK and Sweden, and they get to these places, and their carbon footprint magnifies by tens of thousands fold. The environment is not their concern. Their hatred of you is their concern. It's just another excuse to victimize us. But what's going to happen here? Let's take a quick look at this article. It just says, and this is the fear-inducing Bravo Sierra that the anti-whites will dish up to you every single day, because they know, especially when it comes to white women, they know that, or I should say white females of both sexes, They know that you'll get scared and then you'll suddenly demand that things be done, and you'll browbeat the people in your homes to vote for the things that should be done and vote for the politicians that will make the changes to the world that will ruin your life, ruin our countries, and ruin the future for your descendants. And if you don't have any personal descendants, those who are related to you in one manner or another. Boston broke a daily record high temperature. I mean, imagine that you could look across the country. Do you know how long humanity has been taking the temperature of the planet? Well, white people have been doing it specifically, and it hasn't been very long. In case you were unaware, it hasn't been very long. So, in science, we have this very limited. The Earth has been around for so long, but we have this very limited time that we've been able to take daily temperatures. Everything else, we have to go back into the rock and the soil, etc., to find out what was going on in previous periods in the Earth's history. And then we extrapolate from that data to try to determine what temperatures were at that time. But in case you didn't notice, in the Northern Hemisphere, it's summer, dumbasses. It's summer. And growing up here in the once great state of Virginia, right outside of Mordor on the Potomac, which you don't get a reprieve from, is 100-degree temperatures and so much humidity that you feel like you have to swim from office building to office building as you walk down the city streets. That's the same every single year. So right now, in the once great state of Virginia, it is 99 degrees, and the heat index, or the real feel, is going to be in the hundreds. Happens every summer. You know what else happens every summer? Is that somewhere in the United States, some city or county or something is going to set a record. And why is that easy? Or why, I should just say, leave it there. Why is that easy for there to be records set? Because we've been taking temperatures for this much time. If we've been taking temperatures for 1,000 years, there would be years easily without records being set anywhere. Take your heads out of your asses. There are going to be records set all the time because we've been recording them for this amount of time. It's not like me breaking a rushing record at my high school, because they have been taking records for rushing yards over the course of an American football year for decades. Imagine how hard it would be to break the rushing records at my high school in 100 years from now. Imagine the records that would be set along that way, and therefore the acme of rushing yards. How difficult would that be versus, say, year 2 that they were taking records, or versus, say, year 3 that they're taking records? Pretty easy. So the closer you are to the beginning, I hope I hope reason, logic, and evidence opens people's eyes. Don't get afraid when they tell you another record broken. Boston broke a daily record Sunday. Let's see. New York and Philadelphia may follow suit. An extremely oppressive, quotes, heat wave has intensified in the Northeast, leading to at least 2 heat-related deaths. Oh my God! Think of all the white people that die as a consequence of anti-whites, both white and non-white, being taught that the white race is ruining the earth, is ruining flora and fauna, is ruining all non-white lives. How many white people have been raped, murdered, maimed, run over by cars, etc.? And these people, the assailants, the attackers, even when they're found guilty, in all cases, I'm talking about when they are guilty, even when they're found guilty, they're given a slap on the wrist, and nobody's talking about it on the news, about how in this rapist's mind, he chose a white woman because of what the white race has done all along to his non-white race and to all other non-white races. They're never doing those interviews. They're never doing those studies. They want to tell you about the 2 heat-related deaths. And we feel sorry for those people, their families, condolences to them. Our heart goes out to them. But give us a break. You know what this should read? It should say extremely oppressive heat wave intensified in the Northeast, leading at least 2 sane people to conclude it must be summer. Rage Against the Machines, Tom Morello, tackled by security at band's Toronto concert. Isn't that wonderful? We were just talking about them. They're hating on the white race once again. What was that, a couple weeks ago? And here you have Tom Morello, Rage Against the Machines. Tom Morello had a run-in with security during the rock band's concert at Toronto's, Scotiabank Arena on Saturday. As seen in a fan-captured video midway through the group's closing song, do they play any other song beyond Killing in the Name of? I mean, it just sounds to me like it's all Killing in the Name of. Every song that they've written. Killing in the Name of. So really, they were playing Killing in the Name of. Surprised. The iconic guitarist was accidentally tackled by a security guard sprinting toward an unruly fan who snuck onto the stage. Well, I wish it was an unruly fan who had snuck onto the stage, like the unruly fan that anti-whites who call themselves Democrats were encouraging psychos up in New York to go ahead and attack some Republican. And at least that's my opinion. That's what I call encouragement, when you tell them these people need to be silenced. And by the way, we have easy get out of jail with this no bail scenario. That's telling people, hey, go out there and attack. And the psycho goes up on stage there with brass knuckles with spikes on them to tear the man's throat out of his. I'm not saying that I'm a fan of that guy speaking by any means, another Republican hack. But these are anti-whites at work. I wish this guy who had gotten up on stage had maybe gone up there with one of those and made a mess of maybe the guitarist. All anti-whites should end up in lovely circumstances like that, in my opinion. We help save the world's weirdest bird. Here's how. You know what? You look it up, and I guarantee you can find a bunch of white people. Conservation efforts to save a rare bird recently made the news. Could you imagine? These are conservation efforts, folks. What they refer to these things when it comes to the environment, well, both flora and fauna, they call it conservation. What if the people who were conservationists operated the same way that conservatives do in America, in the UK, and elsewhere? What would that look like? Well, we would be down to about 6 animals left, I think, in the environment, maybe about 13, 14 creeks that weren't polluted left. And the conservative conservationists would be saying, well, those animals deserve to die. I mean, we're all for their extermination and extinction, but not this one, not the animal du jour, not the creek du jour. No. All of the others that are now extinct as a consequence of what have you. We are absolutely morally enforcing that this should have been done. But now the animal du jour, no, that one should be preserved. That is your basic bitch conservative out there. I'm not talking about the rank and file conservative and patriots. I'm talking about the content creators, Republicans in office, and the like. Conservation efforts to save a rare bird recently made the news, topping the list of the weirdest bird in the world. New Zealand's cockapoo parrot was once thought to be extinct. Isn't that interesting also? What a lovely thing that is. Maybe I'll throw something else in that you all will find fascinating. And that is, at least I find it fascinating. Maybe you won't. And if you don't, it's probably because you're brain dead. But isn't it fascinating? And isn't it a wonderful thing when, thanks to white people, in my opinion, we are worried about a particular species of ants. White people, they're always worried about all these other species of ants. Well, we should start worrying about ourselves, don't you think? It's kind of time to start worrying about us. I think all of us here going free, we're on the cutting edge of that conservation activity. We're really just conservationists, except we want more than just to conserve. We want our destiny in our hands, God damn it. But isn't it a wonderful thing when we look out into the world and we think something is, my God, it's gone. There are no more of these things. They're gone. And then suddenly we find them again. And they're out somewhere. Maybe we didn't expect them, or they were overlooked, or whatever it might be. The other thing I'll share really quickly is that according to archaeological record, you may dig up and they find skeletons and things of this nature. What we don't see is an evolution of animals. We don't see an evolution of animals. I know there's a theory of evolution, but we don't see an evolution of animals, right? You would have, without even having to dig into the science of it, but I have, you would have more skeletons of the in-betweens than you would have of the current version. So, for example, they have found Tyrannosaurus Rex bones all over the place. But they've found a good number of them, but what they haven't found are the in-betweens. something that was almost a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but wasn't. And then something that was almost that, but wasn't. And then something that was almost that, but wasn't. And when you realize that the almost, but is not, would vastly outnumber what you actually have today, you start to wonder, well, where are their skeletons? Why aren't you finding any of them? I mean, you would think there would be like millions of those skeletons for the current version, millions of the building up skeletons for one example of the current version. But those are just thoughts to ruminate. What's wonderful, though, is based on the evidence that we have. There was a day, there was a Tuesday, for example. Of course, they weren't calling it Tuesday then, but there was a Tuesday, for example, where there was no such thing as a Tyrannosaurus Rex. And then all of a sudden on Wednesday, they were there. So at one moment, there were no dolphins. And then at another moment, dolphins were leaping out of the ocean. At one moment, there were no such thing as horses. And then the next moment, you were standing on the plains and the sun was cresting a distant hill. And all of a sudden, you could hear the rumble of hooves and horses galloped over the hill where you had never seen anything like that before. You know what that says to me, folks, is that there's a lot of magic left in the world, a lot out there that we don't know and we need to discover. The spirit of the West longs for that sort of thing. It also says that you very well will not come across a Bigfoot because all this time people have been talking about Bigfoots and nobody's finding bones and nobody's finding etc. But you may one day come across something that has never existed. You may one day, at least according to fossil record, you may one day come across a bird or a cat or whatever it might be, a bear or something we don't have a name for yet, that suddenly is there. It's its first day, and that's the way it's going to be from there moving forward. Things suddenly appear, and then they suddenly die out. That's the history scientifically. You can go beyond that and make some guesses, but that's what we know for now. Intensive conservation efforts stretching back to the 1970s have helped grow the species from in the low 50s in the 1990s to nearly 220. Wait a sec. So there were just 50 some of them. Wow. I hope to not have that happen I'm glad I'm not this cockapoo because just imagine that would definitely be, at best case scenario, that's going to be like a nearly, like maybe second cousin or something. And that's a little weird. That's a little weird in my book. That's a little weird. New system creates jet fuel from water, CO2, and the sunlight as we hit the bottom of the first hour. Glad to have you all with us. We're going to be covering a lot of interesting things, including Nazis at TPUSA. The Nazis were there. Scientists in Switzerland. You don't say Switzerland. Aim Brielle is here. I just saw in the chat saying, hey, Jason, hello to you, good lady. Switzerland. Scientists in Switzerland? You mean not Nicaragua? You mean not scientists in Uganda? You mean not scientists in Laos? In Switzerland, you don't say. But they do say, scientists in Switzerland say they figured out how to make jet fuel from nothing more than water, carbon dioxide, and sunlight. New research published in the journal, I don't know how they pronounce that, this week explains how the team built a solar tower to handle the entire process. The tower uses solar energy to produce synthetic alternative fuels instead of ones derived from fossil fuels. The kerosene the solar tower makes is supposedly ready for normal use in aviation, including storage and flying, which, given the sky-high carbon footprint of air travel, is an extremely intriguing proposition. It is an extremely intriguing proposition. There have been a couple of claims over the years about being able to produce fuel from water for things like automobiles, and I think there was a guy named Meyer, and then there was another one called Salter, I believe, and the one Meyer guy supposedly wouldn't sell his invention to governments that were trying to buy it off of him, and then he abruptly died, and while dying and choking, I think it was, he told his brother that they had done it to him. They had poisoned him. And then there was Salter, and he had supposedly invented a machine that could make fuel. So that means like make a combustion motor run with water and whatever else. And then supposedly he also met an untimely death. So the both of them, Mayer and Salter, both met untimely death. So I don't know who might be listening to me speaking right now, but I'm pretty sure that Joe Biden is working on a water-based propulsion system for internal combustion motors. I'm not positive about this, but I think Joe Biden is in the basement of the White House right now working on an internal combustion engine that runs on water. But check it out for yourself. Study says depression not caused by chemical imbalance, really raising questions about antidepressants. Millions of Americans take antidepressants, but a new study suggests, and now think about the antidepressant issue, folks. We find so many of these mass murderers, and then not just them, of course, but these are the ones that are written in the sky for you by the anti-whites because they want to take away your right to self-defense. But we find so many of these people who are committing heinous, gross, just bizarre crimes, including those who commit these like terrorist acts. We find out afterward that they were on heavy doses of psychotropic drugs like antidepressants. Now, if you are taking an antidepressant and you're able to maintain an even keel because of it, keep doing it. Don't change what you're doing. If you think you would like to get off of it, work with your doctor to maybe decrease the dose or whatever it might be. Don't go changing things just because of this article or what I'm sharing with you. And I am of the mind that adults, if you need a substance to be at your best, and I'm saying adults who need a substance to be at their best, not somebody who's destroying themselves, not a juvenile who is wrecking their lives, nothing like that, then I'm fine with it. I'm not one of these like purists. You have to have your body, cleansed of everything, even aspirin or whatever it might be. I do believe that my body is my temple, and I do the best that I can to maintain that because of the pleasure it brings me and others, quite frankly. But having said that, you might need a substance, and so stick with it. But isn't it interesting that we find out that these drugs that we find in the systems, and we find that people are using in high doses, and that cause these breaks with reality, which already a lot of, not all, but many of the folks who have regular breaks with reality because the hardware is messed up in their heads and they need to be incarcerated, which is what we used to do with them across the West. We find that these people are also on heavy doses of psychotropics very often. So who are these anti-white POSs that are running these drug companies and that are making themselves billions and billions of dollars, harming the population with different kinds of drugs? This is all my opinion. I mean, you can hold a different opinion that maybe people want to be strung out on the street up in, what is it, Oregon? Was it Oregon that legalized all drugs? Is that the state that did that in small quantities? So your personal stash is all good with that state. And now everything is falling apart. The population on drugs has doubled and whatever else. Really smart decisions. Did they get what they were looking for? Absolutely. They weren't looking for a remedy. It's the same. I mean, come on. It's the same thing that happened in the United States and everywhere else across the West, where anti-whites showed up and they said, look at the, they picked it. They were like, look at the data. You have 1% to 2% in the population here that are having premarital sex and getting pregnant. That's a shame. Look here. You have 3 to 5% that are having premarital sex and as a consequence are getting sexually transmittable diseases. You know what? We're going to remedy that with sexual education. We're going to start teaching it at high school level so that people understand the threat, and then we'll lower these numbers. And then dumbasses browbeat the people in their world that knew better, and they ended up putting that into classes. And then they said, you know what? The numbers, they're just getting worse. And that's just a sign of the times, not what we did here. So we're going to want to teach them even younger. And then you know what? It's getting worse. Sign of the times. We're going to have to teach them even younger. They get this all the way down to elementary school, exactly what they want to do. And then they say, you know what? Now that we're down here STDs are through the roof, premarital sex through the roof, premarital pregnancies through the roof, single mother households through the roof. So you know what we need now? We need to teach them all about being a homosexual or being attracted to both sexes or no sexes or inanimate objects. We need to start teaching them about all that so we can remedy these issues. When the anti-white starts talking and they're talking about remedying anything in your world, and that's every single Democrat and 99.5% of Republicans, when they start talking about remedying something, their remedy is your victimization. You got it? New studies suggest the theory underpinning their use may be entirely wrong. Research from the University College London raises doubt that chemical imbalance in the brain is responsible for depression. A major review of previous studies on serotonin's role in depression, just published in the journal Molecular Psychiatry, concludes that serotonin levels, the target of antidepressants, is not responsible for depression. The researchers found, quote, no support for the hypothesis that depression is caused by lowered serotonin activity or concentrations. They found stronger evidence that stressful life events can lead to depression. Yeah, that's kind of that's kind of the way that goes. As we continue to run out of time, we have the Washington Examiner decertify Biden's 2020 victory, says Wisconsin's Assembly Election Committee leader. Support in Wisconsin State Assembly for decertifying President Joe Biden's 2020 win. And we all know that Joe Biden got 80 plus million votes. And even though he was campaigning kind of not at all, but when he did, he took softball questions from his basement. He definitely won in areas of the black vote and got more of the black vote than Obama did in both the times that he ran for president. It makes perfect sense to me. But what they're talking about here in Wisconsin is a growing movement to decertify the president's electoral votes from that state. Election committee leader Janelle Brandtjen, a Republican endorsed by Obama, they had to throw that in. By Trump, they had to throw that in to delegitimize everything they're doing. This is how anti-whites operate. Released a statement on Friday, prompting a rebuke from the legislator's counterpart in the state Senate. Quote, fair and honest elections are the cornerstone of our democracy, and we know that the 2020 presidential election was neither fair nor transparent, Brandtjen said in a news release posted on Facebook. Tyranny is at Wisconsin's door. Wouldn't it be something if even after Biden is out of office, people are able to take enough electoral college votes away from his victory to delegitimize his time in office? That would be something. And then finally, it's next to finally, incredible Hubble, we're going to get to our story. Incredible Hubble image reveals a bizarre galaxy mirror. There's something very odd about this image from the Hubble Space Telescope. If you look closely, you can see two almost mirror images, orange-colored galaxies. Trump in space, seemingly connected by a long filament. Fascinating. That's not two galaxies at all, but one named SGASJ 143845 plus 14407. Really a romantic name. Many of you should think about naming your daughters this. It just appeared to be two, thanks to the way the gravity of a massive object or objects like a cluster of galaxies distort the space that distant light travels through. Really quite fascinating. But we're going to leave Orange Man in space, come back down to planet Earth, where all white and everything white is being victimized. A California property called Bruce's Beach was officially returned to the Black family. It was stolen from nearly 100 years ago. Now, I'm all for things that were stolen being returned, but I'm inclined to think in this case, and this is the problem for good Black people, that they have to be very upset about. I'm inclined to immediately think that, bullshit, bullshit, that this is another way to steal from the white race, to victimize Western kind, and they need a collateral, a beneficiary of that theft, and that is going to be a black family, maybe some other non-white family in the future. Bruce's Beach in California. Let's see if it turns out Bruce's Beach in California was formally returned to the black descendants it was seized from in 1924. You know what might be interesting is that what happens if there's a property out there. Remember right now, folks, this is a very serious matter, and it's serious, but it's funny, but serious, because there are giant chunks of the United States that anti-whites claim were stolen from Mexico, were stolen from American Indians, and that there are campaigns to steal these things from the white people who own them today, and then to give them to these different groups. But I thought just now, what if you had a property, say that was originally in the hands of an American Indian fellow, for example, and then by whatever machination he had been duped or whatever it was by a carpetbagger or some other thief, what have you, and that the person ended up being white or half white or whatever, and so therefore they could justify. Justifiably say, well, that was a white person, a white thief. And so therefore anything that a thief or a rapist did or a murderer did who happened to be white, all white people now have to make amends for it. This is anti-white thinking. This is why we've got to take our destiny back. But what happens if this goes down? The American Indian fellow that's bilked out of the property or whatever it might be ends up having two very distinct lines of descendants. One distinct line of descendants where he's represented as maybe like 1/64th or something, and they're white. And the other line of descendants where maybe he's half or maybe 75%. And so they're non-white and they identify as non-white. I wonder, although not very long, who they're going to give the property to. Is it going to be to the white side of the family, or is it going to be to the non-white side of the family? I think you can see how this reveals that this is just all about harming white people, all about depriving white people, all about victimizing white people, and they need collateral beneficiaries to be able to do that. The property just can't hang in space. That job just can't go unfilled. That promotion can't just be not given out. That slot at the university, it can't be an empty seat. They need the money for that. And since the federal government is backing up every student loan, when they victimize a white child, a white student, a white young man or woman who deserves to be there because they have the innate talent, they've done the work, they've paid their dues, when they victimize them and say, sorry, we're going to give you the middle finger, you can go work at Starbucks, and we're going to give it to somebody else. They need that collateral beneficiary. It can't be empty. So they're going to say to Jerome whatever, that you are going to get the seat, and just here is the paperwork. We filled it out for you. All you got to do is put your initials here. You could just put an X even, and the federal government will back up this loan. So if you don't pay it, well, they'll pay it for you. And who is the federal government fleecing to be able to pay things like the loan? Bruce's Beach in California was formerly returned to the black descendants it was seized from in 1924. Charles and Willa Bruce ran a resort for black families. Isn't that interesting? I was just thinking the other day, I'm going to start a resort, not seriously though, that's for white families. I wonder how quick anti-whites would burn it to the ground, and how their crime of burning it to the ground would be forgiven, and how the state would come in and sue me, and the EPA would show up and sue me, and then the property would be taken from me and then given to some anti-whites like this fast. But these people, and it's also interesting, back in 1924, I thought the country was 90+% white then. And I thought back in 1924, non-white people weren't allowed to do anything. They weren't allowed. I think they weren't allowed to breathe. I think they all had to live in sheds, and very rarely could see the light. They only got to see the light and have air when a white person came and opened the shed door and said, I need the shovel, I need the pick, I need the hoe, I need actually that has a couple meanings, but I need the whatever. And then non-white people were allowed to see the light, and breathe a little bit of oxygen. But other than that, 1920s, 90+% of the population white. Black people weren't allowed, or non-white people weren't allowed to do anything here. So I don't understand what they're talking about. This black family, Charles and Willa, owned a resort for black people only back in the 1920s. Well, maybe you've been lied to. Maybe, just maybe, all of these claims of all of the abuse, of all of the bad treatment are pretexts to victimize you and your children today, to victimize white children in the womb today. Maybe that's what they were. Maybe it's nothing but a bunch of fucking lies. Charles and let's say black families, and their land was seized. It was seized by the city via eminent domain, which, by the way, non-white families are not the only families who have their properties seized by eminent domain. I know families, white ones, that have had their properties seized by eminent domain, not given the amount of money that they deserve for the property. This property that was seized, I wonder what the government gave to Charles and Willa. Since they're not talking about it, I'm going to go out on a limb and conclude that the federal government gave Charles and Willa Bruce the going rate for that property when they seized it from them. I'm going to go ahead and out on a limb and say that, because if they didn't, this author would definitely be saying that they didn't give him anything, or they gave him half what the property was. It would be easy to make all of those arguments. So it was obviously enough, maybe even more than the property was worth. So even though they had their property seized from them, they were given money for it, maybe more than their property was worth, which is why the writer's not writing about it. They're going to steal this property from the taxpayers of California. And now look at this. The Bruce family plans to lease their newly returned land back to the city for $413,000 a year. Talk about a fucking theft. Talk about a theft. The Bruce family, what did they do with all the money they were given when the land was taken from them via eminent domain? What did they do with that money? Why didn't they turn themselves into billionaires by this generation? Why didn't they do that? Did they just go blow it on a bunch of cars or whatever it might be? Or so there, you have it come down to the Bruce family today, whose family member had received payment for the property, and now it's stolen from the taxpayers, the lion's share of which are white people in California, still paying for everything in that increasingly miserable state, where they defecate in the streets, where drugs are rampant, etc. Steal it from those people, and then they have the gall to lease the property back to white people. Oh, you can. I've stolen it from you, and now you can pay me for the use of it. Sounds right, doesn't it, folks? Jump over to the story, the primary story to cover today, featured story. You're going to find this most interesting. Mount Pleasant family says daughter's haircut by school staff exposes racial bias. You hear that? You're at fault again, ladies and gentlemen. You're at fault because this little half white, half black child had her hair cut. You, all of the white race, all of the white babies yet to be born, you all will have to make up for this. You see, there's no end. I had this so right as an 11-year-old. You think folks would then say, wow, maybe we'll listen to what he has to say. Only the smartest, as you've seen, all of you. A couple of weeks ago, Journey Hoffmeyer, you never figure out who the parents might be with a name like Journey. On a journey. A couple of weeks ago, Journey Hoffmeyer got her hair cut by another student on the bus home from school. Her father, Jimmy, says, okay, so she was on the bus and another student who, it doesn't say here, we'll read, but it doesn't say is like a bully, cut this young girl's hair Okay, so this little girl pictured actually, yeah, is the little girl. I'm not going to show the picture because I'll probably get a strike for showing a child, even though you're they're doing that here on what is this? What? Oh, this is NPR. It didn't look great, Jimmy said. Half of her hair was how would it look great? These are like elementary level students. Like, how is it going to look great? Is she already going to barber school? Is she going to be a beautician already at age 7? It didn't look great. Half of her, well, thanks for filling us in, dumbass. Thanks so much. Like, if somebody tells you, my daughter got a haircut on the school bus by another child, you pretty much don't have to say it didn't look great. It's sort of assumed. It's kind of like, my friend Pete was attacked by an alligator. Oh my God. It didn't go well. No shit, it didn't go well. How could it go well? I mean, maybe if it was the crocodile hunter, it could go well. But everybody else, no. Especially Pete. Half her hair was gone off one side of her head, he said. I could just see kids on the bus. It's going to look good. They're all sitting around, leaned over the chair. More have to come off there, more from there. Jimmy was mad. He said, now remember, this is NPR. I mean, you're paying for it. And these are people who fancy themselves as sophisticates. They are sophisticates. They're the literati. They can just tell you what to think. Of course, they're anti-white bastards. Jimmy was mad. He said, but he figured, she's 7. She'll be fine. Yeah, she'll be fine, man. She'll be fine. Call up the school and say, hey, my daughter had her haircut on the bus. Could you tell the bus driver that if he or she sees this, not to allow it? I've told my daughter not to allow it, or to not even to ask for it. See, that's what's missing from this article, is that we're not finding out what young Journey's position is. Young Journey here is faced with a bit of a conundrum, it looks like to me. She appears to be like her facial features, her physiognomy. She's a black little girl, but her skin is sort of like this sallow. What did they used to refer to it? I don't think it's considered an insult, but I think they used to refer to it as high yellow, or as we say down home, high yellow. And she has and I'm not saying it as a derogatory thing, it's just an observation. And she has the kinky black hair, but it is blonde. So I'm wondering, did her parents not provide her with a haircut that she was happy with? And I'm genuinely saying, did her parents not get her a haircut that she was happy with, so that she's on the school bus asking, can you cut my hair? I hate my hair. Can you do something with this? Or are they not putting it up for her in a way that she's happy with it? In all seriousness, they're not. This is not. She wasn't attacked on the school bus, right? It wasn't like a rogue hairstylist on the bus, right? It wasn't a hairstylist in making, prancing on tiptoes up and down the center or the aisle there in the bus with a pair of scissors. Who's next? Who's next? I mean, I don't see it. Maybe. I mean, the kind of things that mothers are taking while they're pregnant, no wonder they're pushing out all kinds of people these days. All kinds coming out these days. I mean, I'm sure if you were to go to the hospital and ask the doctors, how many Satans did you deliver today? They're probably like four, like 4.5. Thing latched right onto my throat as soon as I pulled it out. It took 7 men to pull it off. Yeah, ladies, keep taking all those drugs while you're pregnant. Keep eating all that, processed shit. It's working out well. It's working out real well. That's why your child just stares at the window drooling, or is like bouncing up and off the walls like it's some sort of radiated hyper elastic rubber ball. That's why the children, that's just normal. That's normal. It's normal for Jimmy to chew on shovels. Yeah, I think that in the past, the kids used to chew on shovels. I don't think it's a new thing. I think little Jimmy, yes, my husband and I are getting a divorce. Yes. Okay. So I'm guessing that Journey has asked some other child on the school. So Jimmy should sit Journey down and say, listen, Journey, it's Jimmy talking now. You do not ask any other students to cut your hair again. Don't do it. I know you're pulling at it. I know you're unhappy with. Stop it. I'm calling the school. I'm going to tell the bus driver no one's allowed to cut your hair on the school bus again. Even the little boy that has those little wings on his back flies up and down. Maybe he's on Red Bull. They went to a salon. Jimmy took Journey to a salon to get Journey's hair fixed up. She didn't want it entirely evened out, her father said. So probably, it's very short on one side because the elementary student really didn't know how to cut hair, believe it or not. And because it would be too short, yes. They went with a semi-fashionable asymmetrical cut, he said. All right, good. So Journey was happy with it. Maybe. Was she happy with it? Was she not happy with it? Now, this happened a couple of weeks ago. Okay. So they went with an asymmetrical cut, which, in my opinion, not the best thing to do. If you are a woman, can pull off a lot of different women can pull off a lot, and little girls, a lot of different haircuts. They can be fun. You can have an asymmetrical cut. I've seen this on little girls. You can have an asymmetrical cut, and then I usually see the mothers. They'll do things with it. Like there'll be like a asymmetrical cut, like short over here, longer over here, and then it'll be a ponytail off the side of their head. They do things with the mothers do. They get involved and they do things with it, which makes me think for a moment, why are we not hearing from Journey's mother at all in this article? Maybe she does. I skimmed it, so maybe she does come in, but interesting. Okay. Jimmy said it made him really upset. Oh, I'm sorry. We went too far. They went to the salon. Then Jimmy says, as we are just past the top of the hour, and we are going to be moving on in just a moment with a very short break. But I'm going to tell you, you want to stay here because we're going to talk about Nazis over there at TPUSA. We're going to talk about this tweet that is very educational. Opportunity for everybody here. You're going to want to learn. This is the actual growing. This is the actual improving segment of Going Free. Is the Going Free lesson of the day. There'll be a reading as well from Crucible, and we're going to be getting to that very shortly. So don't go anywhere. They went to the salon. Then right before spring break. So right before spring break. So a couple of weeks ago, and then right before spring break. Journey came home with hair missing again. I mean, this is like for the Scooby crew, and they're going to have to investigate what happened to Journey's hair. Why is it missing? Then this time, Jimmy said that Journey told him it was a school employee who cut her hair. A school employee who cut her hair. So now you have two different people cutting Journey's hair. The first, a fellow student on the bus. And now I'm inclined to think that Jimmy said, don't ask your friends to cut your hair anymore. Don't ask for somebody on the bus to pull a pair of scissors out, safety scissors, I hope, and cut your hair anymore. And so young Journey, because she was obviously complaining about her hair on the bus, had somebody cut it. I'm inclined to think now that young Journey was still unhappy with her hair even after they went to the salon and fixed it up real cute like. And so then Journey was at school, maybe very upset about her hair, maybe feeling very self-conscious. And maybe an adult took pity on her. Probably a white woman is what I'm thinking. Took pity on her. Maybe a white woman who's even cut her own children's hair for years. But probably a white woman, one of her teachers, took pity on her and said, what is it you don't like? Maybe I can fix that for you, as white women are wont to do. This would be I would think that I would know the appropriate thing to do would be to tell the parent and say, maybe even today's technology, you could get the parent on the phone right away and say, hey, Jimmy, your daughter's very upset. She's very self-conscious about, I think I can take a little bit off of what she's upset about and even it out a bit, maybe make it look a little better. Is it okay if I do that? That would be the appropriate thing to do today. But to me, it just seems like this woman is skipping the step because most likely a woman, because she feels that obviously Jimmy's going to be happy with the outcome. Little Journey's very upset. Maybe she's crying. She's 7. She's 7. She has very kinky blonde hair, and she probably is at least at this time, is not very happy with it. And this woman decides she's going to step in. Now, I'm saying a white woman because if this had been a non-white woman, this wouldn't have happened, this article. And the claims couldn't have been made. So it was clearly a white woman, or almost certainly not a white male, unless he too had little wings. But I don't think so. Jimmy said that made him really upset. Did an elementary student write this? For the love of God, this is NPR. They're supposed to be Brett Dahlberg. Dahlberg wrote it. Wow. It sounds like he's like, well, it's about elementary students. I think I will write as though I'm one. Jimmy was mad. Where do you get these sentences? Jimmy was mad. Jimmy had a ball. His ball deflated. Jimmy was mad. An adult at school had decided for him that Journey, who's biracial, you didn't really, they added that, but did Dahlberg not know that they were going to include the photo? Should have, like, I'm going to look at that and think, well, I wonder. Okay, so, but the point is that if they're throwing in that she's biracial as though this is okay if she's not. This is okay if she's just white, but it's not okay if she's non-white. You're going to see in a moment. So Journey goes up to the line, you see, because she's half white. So she goes up to the line, still makes it white people's fault. Journey, who's biracial, should have a haircut, he said. And okay, so an adult at school decided for him that Journey, who's biracial, should have a haircut, he said. And no one thought to tell him. Quote, no call from the teacher, no call from the school, he said. Well, I wonder if the call was going to come or if it was just anticipated that Jimmy was going to be happy with it, because it's looking like Journey's mommy is not around. Jimmy's around, but Journey's mommy doesn't seem to be around in this. Jimmy's not saying my wife did this something. So maybe this teacher is sort of stepping in and kind of filling the role that isn't being served for Journey in Jimmy's life. But Jimmy Hoffmeyer said a district official told him a note would go in the teacher's file. He said, that's not enough. He wants the teacher suspended. He wants to ruin the life. Because if you do something as a white person that undermine anything that anti-whites can say was heretical, not anti-white enough, your career it's over. Your all of your education, all the time invested is over. And that is what Jimmy wants to do to this white woman. That's what he wants to do. I don't just want it in the file. It's already going to be in the file. If the principal or something at the school is trying to not ruin the teacher's life, he or she will not include the race of the child that this teacher did this to, because that will be the end of the career. But Jimmy says that's not enough. This white person has to be on a spit, roasting over the fire for the heresy to anti-whiteism. He wants her to suspend it. If you take something from me, quote, if you take something from me, improving your child's haircut and the look of your child's hair, you should have something taken from you. Spiteful anti-white POS. took himself. I'm guessing Jimmy is the white part of the relationship. I don't know for sure. But either way, anti-white is all hell. He said, it's bigger. He said, it's bigger than just Journey. Isn't it always? It's time for white person. You have upset an anti-white POS. And so what you did is irrelevant. All those white people out there that think that you're dealing with individuals when you're dealing with anti-whites because you like to see yourself as a radical individualist, and you will victimize your own people on the basis of radical individualism, and you won't stand up for Western civilization because you're just an individual, and you believe that they're going to give you the same that you give them because you are an idiot. This is what Jimmy has for you. Oh, you put your trash can in front of our house too many days. You parked in our parking space. This is bigger than you. This is bigger than just you parking in our parking space at the townhouse, at the country club, whatever it might be. This is systemic racism that is deep inside of you. And so you need to suffer for all of anti-whiteism's claims about white people. You as an individual, you care to start going free now, folks? You care to come away from that garbage and all the ideas and vehicles that have been losing all along? How much longer are you going to stay in this sort of a tumbling barrel roll of hell that is anti-whiteism and the failed vehicles that continue to fail to anti-whiteism? It's bigger than her. Brenita Bradley, a Detroit delegate to the National Parents Union, agreed. What a surprise. Quote, we have a million journeys, she said. So you cut one black child, she's identifying as black, and her father's saying she's black. Cut one non-white child's hair, and you have inflicted injury on a million journeys. There's just one example of the overregulation of black and brown. This, get this, what Bradley now says. The Detroit delegate to the National Parents Union says this is just one example of the overregulation of black and brown bodies in the U.S. that begins in childhood, Bradley says. The overregulation of their bodies, we couldn't give a about their bodies. Not a at all. There is no overregulation. I mean, can you believe that claims like this could be made? This is why when you permit, as the Republicans permit, as conservative leaders permit, and they participate in the idea that there is something called racism and that there is this, that there are racists in the world, this concept that's destroyed Western civilization. When you permit something that is invisible and you empower it by participating in it, then you'll get more invisible shit forevermore, won't you? And that's what they have brought. More invisible shit. The overregulation of their bodies. You've been overregulating their bodies and what they do with them. White children with off-kilter haircuts are often met with praise, she said. Comments like, oh, quote, oh, that is so like just funky and courageous and just vibrant. So here's Bradley, and I'm going to guess Bernita is not white. And so she's making fun of the way that a white woman would speak here. That's what she's doing. And that's okay at NPR because they're anti-white. Is that the way that a black woman would speak according to Bernita? Why wouldn't she just say? They would say that it's funky and courageous. Instead of saying, oh, that is so like just funky and courageous and just vibrant. That's what Bernita did. And she's not being called out for her anti-whiteism, irrespective of her race. That's what she's saying that white parents say to white children. Well, you know what? Some white parents are going to say that. Others probably very often, if it's really weird looking, the white men are going to be thinking that's really weird looking. But they're not going to say it because they don't want to hurt the child's feelings, right? White children with off-kilter haircuts. Okay, but it's different for children like Journey, Bradley said. I got to make I can't read this. Too small. When black children, quote, when black children do something it's ostracized as an issue. What horseshit. Anytime they are stepping out of the box, it's seen as an issue, Bradley said. That is the inverse of reality. And we all know it. We all know it. Everybody of every race knows it. We all know it. The big open secret. Non-white people are allowed to do whatever they want. They have freedom from responsibility, especially at schools. They're allowed to do whatever they want. I remember at my high school, and the non-white in particular, it was a couple of Hispanic guys and more than a handful of black guys decided that they were just going to run up and kiss pretty white girls on the face whenever they felt like it. That really happened. And you know what security did? Nothing. They let it just sort of peter out. That if white boys went around grabbing non-white girls just whenever they felt like it and doing something to them, slapping them on the ass or whatever, how long do you think it would take before the administration would be suspending them left and right? It would be considered rape. It would be talked about across the news and entertainment media. This is how white males just think they have access to all non-white female bodies. This would be the shit they were talking about. They would talk about endlessly. At my high school, at your high school, junior high schools, elementaries, non-white kids can do it. So this is the inverse of reality. So if you participate in their anti-white narrative, you get more of this. And then you know what happens? All of you conservative, Republican, rank and file, good people, what would your Republican leaders, what would your conservative leaders say about this? What would they say? They would participate in it. They would eventually say, yeah, that's happening and it's wrong. It shouldn't be done. And then they would pay full attention to white kids and anything they've ever done, because harming the white children in their minds justifies it justifies only a smidgen of criticism for non-white, anti-white students. They would big victimization for, look at all the white people I victimized. I just have this little criticism that legitimizes my position, right? And the anti-whites say, no, you are retarded. But they still go at it like this. And then you, rank and file, get out in the world and you repeat this filth. You repeat this garbage. You go to work and you think, well, you stand at that lathe or you stand at the water cooler and you're like, yeah, well, the white kids, they're really bad. They do X, Y, Z all the way through the alphabet and back again. And non-white kids did this one thing wrong. Anti-white non-whites did this one thing wrong. So I'm totally justified. I'm a legitimate person in this office to be I'm victimized white people. And then they'll say things like, I'm an equal opportunist when it comes to victimizing people who are doing wrong. And then they come to you like 6 months later and they're like, Bob, you're racist and you're fired. Pull your heads out of your asses, folks. Even if a school staff member had a good reason for wanting Journey to get a haircut. So a school staff member did. That's what that sentence tells you. A school staff member did. This poor little girl, it looks like to me, doesn't have a mother at home taking care of her and doing the little things for a little girl that mothers are best at. Fathers are not best at. This is why I said the other day, and it definitely seems to be, there's the area of influence where a woman is superior to a man is in giving birth and taking care of those babies up to 10 years of age. Beyond that, it is poison for the family and society to continue to allow the woman to have the predominant influence. That's just a reality, in my opinion. So what's happening is dad is saying, you look good enough. You look good enough. And she does look good enough. All men looking at little Journey are going to think, yeah, you look good. Now go learn and play. But a mom is going to sit down and say, tell me about your feelings. What's going on, Journey? A woman is going to sit down like Journey's teacher. What are you feeling? Well, so if we do your hair here just a tiny bit of a different way, you'll be happy? Yes, Journey says. All right, let's do that. And us men, we're going to look at the difference and we're going to think, that's nothing. You did nothing. There's no difference there. That's why that's a woman's zone. That's why. Journey obviously doesn't have that happening. And the author here of this story, a jaywalker probably, is anti-white jaywalker, is saying that even if a school staff member had a good reason for wanting Journey to get a haircut. Oh no, this is Bradley saying it. And so the staff writer for NPR might be off the hook here, but then again, might also know exactly what happened. The school should notify the parents. Now that I agree with Bradley, should have notified dad before. Maybe could have called dad after school that day. I'm going to do this. Is it okay? Or is it okay if I do it? Or call dad immediately after? But here's the thing I was going to say earlier. Maybe the teacher was going to call dad after school. It was spring break. That means she's going on break too. Remember, teachers just work like this much and they complain endlessly about how hard it is to get all that pay and work 2/3 of the year. And then it's still only a modicum compared to everything else in the world. And so she was probably heading for the beach. Who knows maybe she has kids. She got to take care of herself, right? But she's going to call Jimmy. She didn't get a chance to call Jimmy because Jimmy was on the phone already saying, I want her suspended. I want her fired for this. Even if a school staff member had a good reason for wanting Journey to get a haircut. My guess is Journey had a reason for a haircut and the woman helped her out. Quote, I don't care if her hair was set on top of her head like Einstein on a daily basis. It still does not leave any cause for a teacher or anybody to say, come here, let me cut your hair off, close quote. Okay, Bradley, that is obviously some serious retardises. Big time retardis. Because nobody cut all her hair off. That obviously did not happen. That would be international news. If some white teacher said, come here, little non-white child. Got me my clippers. Whenever grabbed her by the back of her shirt and she's trying to run away. And in cartoons, her feet are still running as the teacher picks her up off the ground. He's probably a white man. And he's not muscular. He's real skinny, but still, he's emaciated and impotent. And he's evil. And he's like, come here, I'm going to give you a buzz haircut. Because that's what you get since you're non-white. I mean, give me a break. How absolutely ridiculous. Cut her hair off. If a child shows up with lice, quote, if a child shows up with lice, I've got to call the parents. I can't cut their hair off because they have lice. Again, this is taken to every conversation with an anti-white. You see all the time, especially with Democrat voter anti-whites. Everything is taken to the greatest illogical extreme because they don't have a legitimate position in anything they say. So it's just well, I'm going to take what you would like to do. You say, well, I'd like to paint some road or paint some lines on the road here because we have some things going on and we need some order. Oh, you want to paint over our mouths so we can't ever breathe again. What? I didn't say that. Oh, you're some kind of mouth painter-ist. How about off before we feed you to a wood chipper? Can't cut all her hair off. If a child shows up with gum in their hair, I can't cut all their hair off. She said, I've got to call the parents. Thanks, Bradley. Thanks for filling us in. Can't cut all the hair off. Bradley and Hoffmeyer said they support legislation to Bradley and Hoffmeyer said they support legislation to protect people from hair-based discrimination. I shit you not. I shit you not. You are my favorite turd. This is NPR, and it says, Bradley and Hoffmeyer said they support legislation to protect people from hair-based discrimination and lay out clear boundaries for conduct. So how white people have to act around non-white people's hair. This is what happens when you participate in the anti-white narrative, when you participate in anti-white morality, when you use their concepts in your speech. When you use their concepts in your speech, you are in their story. You legitimize those concepts and the story. This is why you have to go free. This is why you have to implement the go free method in your life, or you don't have a hope in hell. They're going to implement legislation that will force you to a decorum around their fucking hair, white people, around their hair. You haven't obeyed the legality, the the legal decorum, the legally enforced decorum of how you behave around black people's hair, around Mexican people's hair, around, on and on. You haven't behaved right around their hair. Okay, race-based. So that is unreal. Michigan Rep. Sarah Anthony, a Lansing Democrat, is sponsoring a bill she says would do that. I'm going to force you white people to behave a certain way around non-white hair. One of my first question is, especially with all the weave shops, does a non-white person have to be currently wearing the hair? Or can I just go ahead and discriminate against the hair when it's not actually in the process of being worn? What about a wig? If it's a wig that is worn by a non-white person, can I go ahead and say, nah, that wig cannot enter my ice cream shop alone? It's got to have an owner. It's got to be on the head of a non-white person. No, that wig, that weave cannot swim in this pool without being attached to a non-white person. Can white people go ahead and discriminate against that? Or do we have to observe a certain standards of decorum around the weaves and the wigs that are in our presence that could be worn by non-white women and men? Yeah, what about the hair pieces that are worn by non-white? I guess we got to demonstrate certain respect for, like, if you walk in the city and you come across a store that caters to, and there are these stores, caters to non-white people with hair pieces, and there is a wigs and such, and there's a hair piece in the window. Do I have to stop as a white man and bow? Do I have to sort of obey? Do I have to salute coming and salute going? I mean, how does this decorum work? Do I have to invite it over for dinner? Are we going to now hear Republicans and conservative leaders saying, I have non-white hair pieces for friends? I can't be racist. I mean, what's next? Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. Quote, one of the challenges we face with these types of incidents is that there is a lack of clarity in state law about what constitutes race-based discrimination. Anthony said in an emailed statement about the proposed legislation called the Crown Act, creating a respectful and open world for natural hair. It's real natural when it comes in something that you can take off and put on. When you can doff and don it, it's just natural as it. Now, it might be real hair from real people. I'm not saying, but are they going to discriminate, saying synthetic hair pieces for non-white women and men are going to be also? Are they left out in the cold? Am I going to see images of them with like a blanket around themselves, shivering beside a bunch of white people in like a really warm, opulent Thanksgiving dinner? I mean, is that what I'm going to be witness to? And then they're going to say, it's your fault that these synthetic hair pieces are out in the cold. You have to remedy something. You have to give up more. You have to allow us to victimize you more. The Crown Act. And of course, with non-white people, it's always crowns, isn't it? It's kings and doctors and crowns, and it's endlessly. It's like all of the forms, none of the substance. Sort of a strange thing the way it works out. In Hawaii, I just have to mention this. We're going to wrap this up because we're now at the bottom of the second hour, but this has been fun. In Hawaii, white people showed up, and this was the same way as everywhere else works. In my opinion, please do the research about Hawaii for yourself. White people showed up, and there were several warring tribes in Hawaii. By the way, the person I learned this from was a Hawaiian historian, perfectly not white, totally non-white, no white heritage, a non-white historian, Hawaiian from Hawaii is where I learned this from. So he could be wrong. He could be wrong. White people showed up, and there were several warring tribes in Hawaii. And so white people showed up, and they jumped into the mix. Now you've got a white warring tribe among the non-white warring tribes. And the white people said, hey, to one of the tribes, if you side with us, and tell us where everything is and where the other tribes are. And we will help you defeat them. And we will say that you all are the rightful kings and queens of Hawaii. And they said, no shit. And the white people said, no shit. And so they said, let's go for it. We'll do that. And then the white people built a Gothic castle. It's in Hawaii. They gave the Hawaiian royalty all the accoutrements of European royalty. Okay, crowns, robes, scepters, swords. They gave that all to them. Again, it's my opinion. It was told to me by a Hawaiian historian from Hawaii, is where I learned it. Okay, maybe he's wrong. They defeated the other tribes, and now today in Hawaii, I kid you not, this royal family is demanding that white people be kicked out, anti-white as they can be, because they are the real kings and queens of Hawaii. So if you want like a perfect example of what happens when a white tribe shows up, aligns with a non-white tribe that's present and at war with the other ones, and then they together beat the other, I guess, non-white tribes, you have it on rich, literally, display. It would be very peculiar if Hawaiian people built European-style castles and then decked themselves out in European royal accoutrements of their own volition. White people showed up and they're like, holy shit, this is exactly what we built in Europe. You know, if that happened, you know that they would be saying, oh, there's no coincidence here. You stole it from them. But that scepter says made in China. The Crown Act. We have crowns. You white people, you just have your little sickly hairs on your head. But us non-white people, we got crowns. We have crowns. And you better show some respect to our crowns. Get on your knees and respect my crown. That's my Southern accent that I'm doing. I hope the Mount Pleasant Area School District thoroughly reviews and investigates the circumstances surrounding the incident and considers adopting clear anti-discrimination policies district-wide, Anthony said. Neither the school district nor the teacher has responded to questions from WCMU News, but at a school board meeting Monday evening, Superintendent Jennifer said reports. Jennifer, where's her last name? Oh, Villeger said reports of unaddressed racial bias in the district were inaccurate. So they went out and victimized some white people. She said, we dragged out the guillotine. What, we didn't cut off enough white heads? Well, we'll get back to it. Verledger said privacy concerns prevent the district from directly addressing the Hoffmeyer's description of events publicly, but that it investigates allegations, quote, in accordance with the law. Quote, the Board of Education and district are committed to the goal of ensuring that all students receive a high-quality education in an environment that promotes fairness, inclusiveness, discrimination against white students, and equity, discrimination against white students for all. How do you, when everybody was allowed to participate, non-white and white students in a classroom, and the ones who were the most active, the most bright, the most sharp, the most energetic, the most outgoing are the ones who are raising their hands and asking to get to the front of the class and getting the highest grades, irrespective of race. If you take that environment and you now say, okay, now we have to have something called a mean pathogen called inclusiveness, and we have to have a mean pathogen called equity. How do you implement that? Well, the only way to implement that is to say, no, Johnny, put your hand down. I know you have the answer. I know you want to get up and be the leader. I know you want to achieve and go beyond and be more, because maybe you as an individual are genetically more equipped intellectually. Maybe you as an individual are just more instinctually a person that drives, your child that drives himself to be the best, maybe all that. But we want to make sure that you are victimized. And now to victimize you with inclusiveness and equity, who is going to be the collateral beneficiary. Oh, it's going to be name some non-white child's name. And so I want you, non-white child, to tell me what you think it is. And then I'm not going to be able to tell you that you're wrong because you're non-white. So I'm just going to say that that's right. And here's another way to think about it, even if it's way off from being correct. So what happens to Johnny? What happens to Jenny when their abilities, their talents, their ingenuity, their latent skills? What happens to their latent skills? Are they developed? Do white students' latent abilities get developed when they are told that they have to sit down and shut up on the basis of their race? What happens to their latent abilities? What kind of adults, what kind of white adults does Johnny and Jenny grow up to be after a lifetime of inclusivity and equity in education? Do they not grow up to be the kind of people who are ready to surrender, give up, not achieve, take a second-class status because that's what they've been fed all their lives in this inclusivity and equity? Think of the ramifications for these white children. What about the white children that they have, and what kind of kids will they produce and educate? Or white kids that they never have because they never achieved. They never had a proper launch from the nest of their parents' home. They never went anywhere because of inclusivity and equity. How else do you achieve that? That is exactly how it's achieved. We're here at the bottom of the article. Jimmy Hoffmeyer said before her most recent haircut, Journey used to love her haircuts. No, she didn't. That's just a lie. He said now she doesn't want to show her hair. I believe that that's the case all along. She doesn't like her hair. Quote, it's life-changing, he said. I've never had a child in a traumatic incident before. Okay, so what he's doing now, he's building up the harm. He's inflating the harm that's been inflicted on Journey by having her peers and then a teacher help her with her hair, so that you build the harm, the amount of harm up larger, so that Jimmy can do what? Increase even more harm to the white population. The white teacher who did it, the white teachers at the school, and etc. You inflate turgidly as all hell the crimes against. So you gave her a haircut. This crime can never be forgiven. You do that so that you can victimize more white people, and the victimization can be deeper. This is the minds of these people. They're sick. I feel as an honest, intellectually honest, moral Westman, man of the West, I feel sympathy for this little girl, this little biracial girl with her black hair that's blonde, because she's obviously struggling with that. I feel sympathy for her because she doesn't have a mother present, clearly doesn't have a mother present, to listen to her little, for a guy, we're going to think that's totally insignificant. Just go out there. You know, I mean, I remember my father wanted me to get out of bed one morning, and I went back to sleep. My dad would do like this little tiny knock on the door. And my dad's like, and if the door was shut, I had to get up. I had to hear that knock and be awake and ready to roll. All right. And he did this little knock, and I opened my eyes and I was like, huh? And he said, let's go. It wasn't like a long thing, you know, no like long lecture at the door. And I was like, okay. And I allowed my eyes to close and was right back to sleep. And I was sleeping in a tidy whitey t-shirt and my underwear. My father came back in, 10 minutes later, whatever it was, I was asleep. So to make sure that this never happened again, he picked me up, and I was like, what's going on? He walked me out to the sidewalk and he set me down. And I ran back in the house. I was in my t-shirt and underwear. And guess what? I would get up from then on. When he said, okay, it's time to go. He'd get a little knock, time to go. Okay, I'm up. So this is how guys are. Journey needs a woman who's going to say, oh, just that particular arc that guy wouldn't care at all, that is a big thing. You really would like to see that in your hair, honey, instead of it doing like this other thing that it was doing. All right, well, we can put like, what do they call them? Scrunchie. We could put that. and we could put a hair clip or whatever. And now, isn't that so pretty? She looks and she says, yeah, I love it, Mom. Thank you. And she takes off for school. Guys are not doing that. Your clothes are clean. You don't look like you are, from sub-Saharan Africa, and we can see your ribs and your stomach is sucked into your spleen. So you appear well-fed and watered, and you have clean clothes. Now go to school. For a guy, for us, I mean, honestly, ladies, if the kid, the child, depending on the environment, especially if it's a little boy, if he's got dirt on his face, a guy's going to be like, yeah, go to school. We're not going to care because we're guys. I mean, unless it's like a place where they have to be in uniform and they do have to, that would be different. But otherwise, we're going to be like, just go to school. You look good. It doesn't matter. You don't need your face to be perfectly clean. You can have a smudge there and still learn at school. Journey needs a woman, and so I feel bad for her on that note. Life-changing. It's life-changing for poor Journey. She would forget it like this if a woman came in and helped her out. Quote, we always tell her she's beautiful, Hoffmeyer said, and she knows that. Well, if she knows she's beautiful, then how is this life-changing? Hoffmeyer and Bradley said they hope the school district will see Journey's haircut as more than an isolated incident of the white racists. They want the district to use it as an opportunity to identify and confront racial bias. Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Have you noticed lately that the term anti-white is increasingly being used on social media, the news media, and even in politics? More and more people are beginning to correctly identify and name the various narratives and actions which bring harm to Western kind. But what's anti-white? It's obvious, isn't it? But within the term there's a wide range of questions and issues to be explored. And rather than wait for anti-whites themselves to muddy the waters with their own definition and narrative, we're asking you, as someone who cares for their people's well-being, to answer the question. What's anti-white? Why should people care about anti-whiteism? And what can be done about it? We'd like you to make a short video targeted at the general public to explore these questions in whatever style you feel most comfortable. Maybe you like to explain things plain and straight, or maybe you like to inspire people with songs or poems. Whatever your style, we'd love to hear from you, but we ask that you follow these simple guidelines. It must be family friendly, it must be short and engaging, it must not vilify specific groups, please avoid copyrighted footage or music. The creator whose video is voted most effective by the viewers will win
a small prize.
And it's sure to be a hard call since some of the greatest content creators have already agreed to participate, including No White Guilt, Intellectual Embargo, White Heart Collective, Laura Tower, Brant Danger, Yiz, Semio God, Sam Millian. And of course, both organisers will upload an entry through their respective channels, Jubilation Media and West Bend Media. Whether you're a beginner or experienced content creator, we'd love you to join us. So get working on a video and upload it by
July the 25th.
And be sure to notify an organiser so it can be mirrored on a dedicated channel where all the entries can be viewed in one place. So let's work together to boost the concepts of anti-white and anti-whiteism and bring an end to the harm that's being inflicted on our people. Links and information will be in the description below, and feel free to ask any questions you may have. We look forward to seeing your creations.
ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is the last day to submit a video. So if you would like to participate, you've got to make it happen fast. And we're going to play the commercial for the updates a little bit later. But make sure if you're going to participate, make it happen fast. We're going to jump right into, to keep this moving, to try to get back on track. I'm going to jump to you all, and we're going to get to the Nazi story very briefly, Nazi story, and Go Free Lesson of the Day, along with that tweet that I was talking about earlier. This is the opportunity to learn and empower yourself. So don't go anywhere. Please let everybody know that we are live right now. If they have questions, concerns, comments, want to contradict, want to argue with me, now's the time to show up so you can make that happen. And I will address those questions and comments. Very quickly, we have the great Promethean Epoch financially gifting $3 today. And let's see, where are we? There we are. Thank you so much for that, good sir. He wrote here, out of curiosity, maybe he means, would you ever take commissions to do film reviews? It would even be something that Brant Danger could upload to School of the West for educational purposes. Yeah, I would. It can't be something that I would be doing all of the time. It's a great idea. But if somebody commissioned me to review a movie and look for the MPs and talk about the MPs and make that a specific video, yes, I would do that. Thank you very much. It would be another way to bring in money for white well-being, so that we can get more things done here. And you'll see that, for example, we'll talk about these Nazi group down there in Florida in a moment. But these places, these other groups that are able to get into your face and get into the media and get someplace so that folks know what's going on increasingly, who these people are, what they're doing. There are various means for that. And of course, one of those things is cash. Cash is enabling me to run ads on over there on Gab. And so otherwise, we're not going to be reported on for various reasons. And we don't have some secret money coming in. We don't have somebody financing things behind the scenes that is probably a Democrat voter. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, let's get another round of raucous emojis and another round of raucous 07s for the great Dude Bro Moment, who financially gifted this stream. We honored you at the very beginning of the stream for your financial gift from last stream. That was a little too late for the stream, brother. $50. That makes a total of $100, ladies and gentlemen. $50 US here in this one to save our white babies, to save us. Obviously, make a world where this little journey would be a happy child, much happier than she is today, because now she's the pawn in the victimization of Western kind. And what a sick thing for anti-whites to do. He writes with it, innovation sometimes causes ultimately death. Innovators beware. Also for white well-being. Thank you so much. He's saying here with those $50, innovation sometimes causes untimely death, and inventors beware. Also for white well-being. God bless you, brother. That's a great point. And ultimately, I don't know how much of this you meant, but to me, it immediately speaks to that we have an innovation in white well-being, in the Go Free method, that will be the end of all of these old vehicles and methods for contending with anti-whiteism, in my opinion, because people will go with what works. And as a consequence, those things that are not working, those things that are harmful, will be laid aside, and the sooner the better. Thank you so much for that. What a champion, folks, Dude Bro Moment is. Promethean Epoch back again with another $3. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. He writes, Warren from NJP used the term anti-whiteism at the 22-minute, 19-second mark on the latest installment of the show he co-hosts with jazz hands called FTN, found on the TRS website. Wow, how about that? How about that? So he used anti-whiteism in that clip. I don't know if he knows where. I don't know if it's a situation if he knows where that came from, or and he's okay with it, or he doesn't know where it came from, and then if he finds out, he'll immediately stop using. I don't know. But thank you for letting us know about that. Promethean epoch is au courant, the most au courant among us. Dude Bro Moment back with another $5. Thank you, good brother. He writes here, if a person gets a mental health disorder from stress or trauma, can that mental health disorder then be passed on to the offspring? I am not a biologist, but I do know what a male and female is. I do not know, however, I would think that from what I've read and from speaking with people who are, so I'm just giving you my opinion in these fields. So I'm giving you my lay opinion on this, that there are genetic triggers that, when not influenced by the environment, can be turned on. A great example of this, interestingly enough, a lot of the folks I've talked to who are in these fields, they don't know this. So it's interesting. But if you release a pig, a domesticated pig, it will, over the rest of its life, begin to develop into a boar, and which is totally fascinating to me. So look into it for yourself. This is what I have found out from others. It won't become a boar, but to think that it could be in an environment, and this is, talking about human beings. I've said this for a long time, just using reason, logic, and evidence, that in an environment, and this, by the way, is a deep and important part of the Go Free method. An animal in a caged environment, like a zoo, for example, is not going to be what it's capable of being out in the wild. You sort of see the difference when you go to the zoo, when you go see animals. And I'm not saying they're not living wonderful lives there, and but when you see the videos of animals in the wild versus that same animal in the zoo, and it makes sense. It makes sense. And we can look at pigs going out into the wild and growing hair and starting to grow larger tusks and this sort of business and becoming more aggressive. It's fascinating. And geneticists will talk about these sort of light switches, if you will, that given an external pressure will be turned on during the animal's life. And so part of, and it's why for the longest time I had as one of the mottos that we use, and I'm kind of bringing it back with Jason Goes Political, the embrace the struggle, be the struggle. Because if you properly understand that this Western civilization is a hostile environment for us, and that there is an identifiable predator, this is something that's very, very fundamental and very important. And God, that's awesome that you asked the question, Dude Bro Moment. And I'll get specifically to what you're asking in a moment. But you have to be able to properly identify this predator in the jungle, and to know the jungle of the real world, and to know then that you can contend. There are means by which you can contend with the predator, that you then, by way of that observation, by living it, by implementing the Go Free method every day, you begin to live the reality rather than this fiction, this anti-white narrative, where food is available on every corner and everything else that is the reality of the world, plus the narrative, the fiction that they strap upon us. That is like living in the zoo. And these animals that look like their spirits have been taken from them, their cunning has been taken from them, their greatest strengths, their greatest mental strengths taken from them in the zoo, and you see it in the wild. That's ultimately what's happened to us. I have experienced great leaps in perspective, mental clarity and view by going free, leaps in strength, physical strength, because I am aware that I am in an environment, the real jungle of the world, I am in an environment where there is a predator that is very powerful, but I can contend with that predator. And that predator is the anti-white. I can contend. I can elude that predator's attempt to kill me, to finish me off. And I can take down that predator, metaphorically, as we do here, with the concepts that we wield. Unquestionably, what I believe that I'm experiencing and that others experience is these, what some folks call epigenetic opportunities that are turned on, empowering us for the survival of the genes that are inside of us. The genes want to survive so that they can procreate, so that they can be passed on. You have to call upon those genes to get them to give you their best. So you can imagine an environment where you take a human being and you put them just into like, a powder blue room where there is just a puffy couch and a puffy bed and there's a toilet, and you provide food there every day, and there are big TVs on the walls so that you can provide entertainment and constantly for the, what kind of animal, which is what we're in, an animal body, what kind of animal would that produce? If you were to leave that animal in there for, say, 10 years, first 10 years of its life, and then bring it out, how easy would it be to victimize that animal? How hard would it be, nigh impossible, for that animal to see threats in its environment? How impossible would it be for that animal to identify weaknesses in its victimizer that it can then strike out at? Totally impossible. You have to live with the correct, it's not just knowing that white people are victimized. It's not just knowing that your government in the West hates white people. That's not enough. The reason why is because if you envision an omniscient and omnipotent predator and omnipresent, ubiquitous predator, you will shut down. You won't turn on. You will surrender. You will acquiesce, because that's one of the mechanisms for survival, is to shut down, to acquiesce, to surrender, to become a vassal. So you don't want to see an all-powerful force. That's why, and I'll speak to this comment in a second on Twitter, that could be very educational here. That's why you do not want to see anti-whites as all-powerful, all-knowing, all-present. And also all of those things, but also invisible. You can't grasp it. You can't find it. I mean, can you imagine? Obviously, the anti-whites would want to push with their psychological warfare tactics, which would be in that environment a very powerful tool of the psychological warfare waged on Western kind, isn't it? Your victimizer is all powerful, all knowing, all present, and invisible. The only thing that could engender in an animal, the human animal, is surrender. So it's, what was it? It's fight and flight, and then there's another surrender, but there's another word for it. There's another word for it. Does anybody know what it is? But it's one of the mechanisms of survival. Now, you're speaking specifically to, can trauma, severe stress be passed on? Not from the father to the mother to the baby. As far as I know, I mean, there are some theories that are out there, but nothing, as far as I know, has been proven at all, that a father can be under extreme stress and then pass on the mental breakdown to the child. And also, I think that even to believe that would be really a sabotage. It would be a poison pill, because then so many people could say, well, my father and my mother had a breakdown and they went crazy, and so therefore I'm crazy. No, you can't think like that. No, but what can happen is if the mother, now this is provable or observable by the folks who have told me, this is my lay opinion, that a mother under extreme stress is circulating hormones that cause children to be birthed to live in an environment that genetically they believe is going to be their best behavior, the best production of that life, and the best being the ability to survive. And so you don't want pregnant women under extreme stress and eating garbage, taking drugs, and I mean legal drugs, obviously not illegal ones as well. But you want her to be, and you want her to have plenty of regular food and water and etc., so that the life that comes out is optimal. And so not a mental disorder, though. That is a consequence of like a breakdown. So not that. But if the relative has in the genetic line to you, or you're giving birth to children, if there is some illness, mental illness, something wrong with the hardware that inclines that relative or yourself or whatever to have these mental aberrations in your life, then just like anything else genetic, that can be passed on. But great question. Really great question. Of course, leave it up to Dude Bro Moment. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. Simon JJ. Get out your raucous emojis, your 07s. For Simon JJ, financially gifting 25 pounds. 25 pounds from the UK. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate it. We need something for the pounds there. It's going to be British, I don't know, T pounds. Does that make sense? We have to find what is a staple of the UK that starts with P. We could have some alliteration or something that rhymes with pounds. They have mounds in the UK, very old ones. He writes here, Simon JJ, great stream, Jason. Going free has improved my quality of life immensely and the lives of those around me. God bless you for writing that, man. That is a £1,000,000 worth of testimonial right there. Great stream, Jason. Going free has improved the quality of my life immensely and the lives of those around me. That is the big difference, ladies and gentlemen, between the Go Free method and everything that's come before. It improves the life of the individual. Everything else, just ask folks. If you don't think so, ask the people in the threads. Hey, how, are you going free? How is this different than this method or that method in your life? What ends up happening to you with these other methods and vehicles? What ends up happening to you with the Go Free method? Do you lose your job, lose your friends, lose your family, find it impossible to get a date with these other ideas? Are you increasingly ghettoized to a smaller and smaller and smaller community that houses an increasing number of feds and criminals and the like over here? And over here, do you not improve the relationships with your parents, with your mother, with your father? Are you not able to speak more authoritatively in those environments? Are you changing the minds of the people around you rather than turning them off? Are you drawing quality people to you rather than driving them off? It's a big difference. It is a big difference. And I get there can be success. There can be different types of success and levels of success with all these other vehicles, more power to them. For example, just kidding nationalism. I mean, you can have an argument with somebody and you can say a bunch of outrageous things to tell them how much you don't care about their anti-white narrative. But when it comes right down to it and they're like, okay, it's your job or you're getting kicked out of school, you have to have the demeanor, the age, and etc. to say, psych, just kidding. I didn't really mean that. So we can't be of that mind and succeed. You can have that personality, but you're going to have to implement the Go Free method to genuinely change your life and the lives of those around you. And Simon JJ just shared it with everybody. God bless you, brother. Hello to everybody over there on Odyssey, where I see a 25 library token financial gift from Alt Media. Thank you so much. for that gift of 25 tokens. He writes, if they think Hawaii belongs to them, then why do they need to ask white people for permission? Just try taking Hawaii back. I dare you. Yeah, I mean, there are some really hostile anti-whites. Now, the historian that I learned this from, said absolutely no. Hawaii should not go to this royal family, and it is a state of the United States, and he does not want to see it because he has got plenty of brain cells to rub together. It was obvious that the guy had some intelligence, and he could see the writing on the wall. Being a part of the United States of America versus being the vassals of this kingdom. And have you seen them? It's funny because when white people set up the kingdom there, they had all these beautiful paintings done, and they looked like just total royalty. And as white people, backed more and more out of the royal family there, and they asserted more and more of their biospirit, it looked increasingly like them. And whereas like the first king or whatever it was there was just glorious looking. It was this Hawaiian man, and and they probably painted him to make him even look, more like muscular, less sedentary. And it looked fabulous. And he had like uniforms on and medals and looked great. And now the woman that's claiming she's the queen, or she is the queen, I guess, or whatever it is, they show her and like the circle of leaders from the royalty around her, and they were all like, she wasn't shirtless, but the rest of them were, and they were obese, and they were like in grass skirts, and just not as impressive as days of yore. But I support what they're doing. I want that environment. I want what they call their own to look like them. And so proving what? That one of the main points that we teach here in Going Free, which is the biospirit rules over all. No one that's better than any other, but left to their own devices, all races of man will produce on their outside world what is inside of them. And so grass skirts and all of that business and what they do there is what the biospirit of Hawaiian people produce on that, exotic, wonderful, beautiful environment. Okay? So awesome for them, though. Hello to everybody on DLive and Odyssey. And let's swivel back around to here. Make sure I didn't turn off the microphone by sending electricity through it, and see what's on Cash App. We're going to get right into Nazis at the TPUSA. Just briefly, we're just going to briefly talk about that as part of the Going Free lesson of the day. And we have Eric, financially gifting $5. God bless you, brother. Deeply appreciate that financial gift. He says here, Jason, the Jason Goes Political show is invaluable. Eric says here with his $5, God bless you, man. Thank you for that. It takes a lot of work, so I really appreciate it. The Jason Goes Political show is invaluable. Well, that's another endorsement of that show. So thank you so very much, Eric. And we also have our dear sister. She's always here. She's so wonderful. I love Jesus Christ. Financially gifting 10 US. Save our white race dollars. And she writes here for white well-being. Thank you so much. I love Jesus Christ. We've got get out your August emojis and your 07s. No white guilt clips, ladies and gentlemen. $50 financial gift. And he says with those 50, we're going to save the USA and UK and Canada. We're saving it all. He says 07. 07 back to you, my good brother. What a champion. What a hero. God bless you. Thank you for all the clips you're doing and promulgation of those clips and these financial gifts. Man, we've got statues to build, folks. People are they're gonna, they heard of the Georgia Guidestones and now they've destroyed those. But we're gonna have a different kind of guide stones. And it's going to be the docents, the apostles of white well-being. Their statues will go up, but you're not going to be able to get near them because there will be, I don't know, electric fences and Rottweilers with missiles on them and machine gun nests with little pellets of love that we will pelt people with. Real Play List, financially gifting $7. Thank you so much for that financial gift. I deeply appreciate it. And writes with those $7 for the ads and Western well-being. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, the ads are not cheap. Even there at Gab, they have, in fact, they have a slew. I'm so happy for Torba and everybody over there at Gab, because they have a slew of people, of advertisers that want to be there. That this can really happen over there for Gab. So support Gab, be on Gab, and you're supporting Gab by being there and doing your gabbing and having conversations there. So that's magnificent. $7 financial gift for the ads and Western well-being. Thank you very much. And I think that's everybody there. All right. Nazis were at, no, that's not everybody. We have Hardwood Operator. Hardwood Operator with that's a cool name. Hardwood Operator. And he financially gifts $5. God bless you. Thank you for that, good brother. $5 financial gift from Hardwood Operator. I went to I was at, should I say the name of the place? Maybe not. Because I don't want to give away what I'm about to give away. I don't want to bring any shame or anything on the proprietor at this place. So I was at a place that had a row of businesses, like there were older houses, and it was wonderful, this row of businesses, and like little boutiques. And as I walked by one, I was going to go in anyhow, but I could smell that aroma of like freshly cut wood. You know what I'm talking about. It's just this marvelous smell. And I went inside, and you wouldn't believe it. It was beautiful woodworking. All kinds of, there were tables, there were mugs, there were all kinds of things, and there clocks. It was really, but even it was a small space. The guy took commissions. He did these things. He came out. He was like a wiry guy, and he was in the back at first. And so he pops out, and he's like, "Oh, hello." And we started talking, and we had a great conversation. This guy was master woodmaker, just awesome. And we got to talking about baseball. I can't remember how. Maybe he had like one, or maybe he made something out of wood that was baseball related, and it was out there in the open area with the other items. We got to talking about baseball. I told him about how I had played and gave up the opportunity to play college football, professional and minor leagues. And I could tell immediately. I mean, this was the coolest thing, folks. This guy's like, he was very friendly, amiable guy already, very knowledgeable, intelligent, but his demeanor kind of changed a little bit, and he got a little friendlier when he found out about my baseball history. And he talked with me a little bit more. He had a little bit of a twinkle in his eye. I was half waiting for him to like do this and he'd become Santa Claus, but it didn't happen. Anyhow, he said he's got this like spectacles like low on his nose, and he's like kind of smiling a little bit more and more. Something was going through the gears. And he said, "You can keep a secret." And I can. So that's why I'm not telling you who this is and where it was. He said, "I got something to show you." And I said, "Well, sure." Yeah, I had no idea. How often do you get an opportunity by a master wood maker or wood sculptor, and beautiful chairs, rocking chairs, everything flawless. How often you get the opportunity when the guy's like, "If you can keep a secret." I was a little nervous. I mean, who knows, right? Anyhow, I figured I could take him if I have to. So he says, "Come in the back." He opens the door up, and I was surprised. I didn't know there was that much room in the back. And we went back there, and there were baseball bats. And I thought, what is this? Is this guy some kind of like real weirdo? He just like makes tons of baseball bats for no reason. He just hoards baseball bats that he makes. They were beautiful. And I saw they're propped up. They were on the walls. And I said, may I grab one? And he's like, yeah, please grab it. I grabbed and I picked it up and it just felt like magic in my hands. Hadn't felt a wood baseball bat. And maybe that was even better than the aluminum bats that I had played with. I hadn't felt a wood one feel that good. It was amazing. It had the handle came thin and then the little flare at the bottom. You don't see that often. I love it. I used to take electric tape to do that. How many of you play baseball, guys out there? You know what I'm talking about. I took electric tape and a couple times around, maybe more than a couple times, fatten it up a little bit at an angle right near the bottom. So whichever hand was on the bottom kind of opened up the pinky a little bit further from your hand. You know what I'm talking about. A little bit thinner up here, right? You got to hold a baseball bat like this, right? Other things too, but we won't go into that. Always just like this, knuckles lined up like this. But baseball bats. And anyhow, so, but I pick it up, right? And it had the narrow neck there, and it was just like, I couldn't believe it. I mean, this is beautiful. And he said, I'll tell you something. Don't tell me. I make baseball bats for the big leaguers. Nobody knows. I'm like a secret. And I was like, come on, no way. And he starts naming professional baseball players. He's like, this bat, or these are all the same. They go to thus and such. And these are all the same. And they go to thus and such. And they go to thus and such. And I couldn't believe it. I absolutely couldn't believe it. But it was, their names were on them and everything personalized for these people. And it was amazing to walk into this like wood making magic shop in the back of this little shop, this wiry guy with his little spectacles. And it was all, there was like, it was the smell. It was so aromatic. And there was like sawdust everywhere and the softest sawdust you've ever touched. It was amazing. And I had to ask. I said, what about corking the bats? And for those who play baseball, you know what I'm talking about. And eyes twinkled a little bit. He gave a little grin and a little nod. And he's reached back and he grabbed the bat. And he says, this bat is, and he named the athlete's bat. He makes these bats for that. And he handed it to me. And I picked it up and I was like, okay. And I was like holding it. And I like, all right. And he said, it's corked. And I said, no way. And I looked at the end. Nothing to see. Can you believe that? Who played baseball? And even giving it a good shake. I mean, I could kind of tell. And he said, if an umpire picks this up, he'll know. He'll give it a shake. He'll know. But the average person picking up, they don't know. So this guy not only makes perfect, beautiful bats for professional athletes, but he makes perfect, beautiful bats that are loaded so that the outcome of hitting the baseball is that it goes further, the bat gets around faster, everything. It's illegal in the MLB. But he's like, my bats don't get discovered. Now, I don't believe that that's never happened, but it was amazing. It was amazing. I felt like afterward, I was just like, I had walked into like the Harry Potter land. All right. Now, where was I? Nazis at the TPUSA. Now, all I want to say about this, how many of you saw the Nazis at TPUSA? And by Nazis, I mean these people, sometimes they'll wave an actual Nazi World War II banner. Other times, they'll put that banner away and they have another banner or different banners. These guys are notorious. We find out always after the fact. A lot of people are learning about the big Nazi group. Actually, it's a couple groups of Nazis in the UK, and finding out that they're endorsed by groups like the ADL. If that story is true, I don't know if it's true or not. You all can check it out. And then we find out afterwards when they fall apart or whatever it is, that oh my gosh, a bunch of anti-white jaywalkers were secretly financing, or just anti-whites endeavor, or it was a government held operation all around the world. We find out every time. And of course, it makes perfect sense because the anti-whites have given the population through news and entertainment media what the villain looks like, what his ideology sounds like, and then what they ultimately want, which is the most horrible things, right? Like killing all non-white babies and all kinds of, and sometimes they'll move the goalposts and say, well, we don't want to kill them all. We just want to ship them all out with nothing, just clothes on their backs or whatever it is, right? And then what they do, once that image is there in the population for our brothers and sisters, that's all that matters, is where there are these people who take up the role of antags, who take up the role of the villain in the anti-white narrative, they will show up. It makes perfect sense, and give them money, tell them where to go, what to do, sometimes help them out. This is my opinion. Now, you can look at the facts. You can do the research for yourself. It's getting harder and harder to find things on Google. You can look elsewhere still. It's going to be harder to find. You can also go to the library, and that's increasingly going to have to be the way things are. We'll talk about that at some point in the future, right? And start your own libraries. But you find out that you have these anti-whites financing these groups. And like I said, sometimes these groups of guys will get out there, and sometimes girls, or few girls, are always present. They'll be there with the Nazi banner, the World War II Nazi banner, or they'll be out there with fascist Italy's banners and the symbology of fascist. And these folks, they get the money to do these things. Sometimes they get protection from law enforcement. Most of the time they don't, but they get the money and the wherewithal otherwise to be able to hold events, to feed events, etc. And a perfect example of this was at the TPUSA. It says here on Twitter, Nazis with anti-Semitic signs, DeSantis sign and flag outside the TPUSA event today, where Trump, DeSantis, Hawley, Cruz, Green, and Gates, and Boebert spoke. And then they quote one of these Nazis saying something really disgusting, for no reason, to a non-white person who showed up, of course, to shout these people down. And what are they doing? They have their Nazi banners. They have the Florida state banner. So all of this is guilt by association. That is how the anti-whites use this. That is how these Democrat voters use these spectacles. That's why they finance these folks. How do they finance them? It's not just for the permits, events, feeding the events, but they also receive payments. We find out after the fact, we have for the past 3 decades that I've been in service to white well-being in the white sympathetic sphere. And of course, from the old timers, these folks will reveal that, oh yeah, well, they paid for my meals. They paid, like always, like paid for my food. They paid for, I lived in a single wide and I couldn't get around. So they bought me a Honda. It's just whatever it takes to keep these folks going, to keep them, these low intelligent folks going, to keep them available to go do things like that. So they show up at this event for Trump and DeSantis and et cetera, and they want to guilt by association it. They put them out there with Nazi flags, an SS flag, all of this anti-Jew, lowbrow comedy stuff, satirical stuff, and writing negative, things about Jews on them. The flag of Florida, which DeSantis and crew proudly flies, a sign of the Nazi flag with DeSantis in the middle of it, instead of like he is the swastika. That's what they're saying. This is so ridiculous. Does anyone out there still think that these kind of people are not financed by anti-whites? Is there anyone out there Roman saluting these kind of people, Roman saluting, praising Hitler, praising Mussolini? Is there anyone out there that still thinks that these kind of people are not financed by anti-whites? Because all this does is benefit anti-whites. It harms everyone fighting for the well-being of Western kind. If they can, and it comes to the mind of anti-whites to slander DeSantis and Trump and Gates and Cruz and Boebert and whoever else was there, if it comes to their mind to slander them with a Nazi group and Nazi ideology, paraphernalia, claims, etc., then doesn't it make sense that they would slander the whole white well-being movement by association with these sorts of people? So do you still see it as just another path to getting good things for white people? What our folks need to understand fundamentally, and I say this in total love for our people, every white person out there who has decided to stand up for white well-being or to stand up white sympathy, so even those out there who are white negative, which we object to, I say this with total love and sympathy. Our victimizers, let me rephrase, concluding that what our victimizers demonize is the path to defeating them is wrong. It is erroneous. It does not follow that one party's hatred is the cure to that party. Does that make sense? You don't automatically embrace what the anti-whites hate because it must be good. That is lowbrow. It is midget-wittery in the extreme. It's mid-wittery in the extreme. What they hate is not prima facie what defeats them. What they don't know what will defeat them until they see it. They're not sitting down and thinking what can defeat anti-whiteism and then coming up with it. They're not smart enough. That's not their perspective from where they sit. What can defeat anti-whiteism could only happen organically through somebody like me, who has a high intelligence, who is physically able to defend myself, and so therefore am able to be aggressive and not manifest cowardly and surrender tactics that might work for me as a coward, but wouldn't work for the rest of our brothers and sisters. Does that make sense? So somebody who is able to say in an argument at work or at school or whatever, to say, well, I was kind of just kidding, but I kind of just think these things are fair. And because of their smile or because they're boyish or girlish nature, they're able to get away from things. That doesn't mean that you, as the receiver of that tactic, will have the same success. And therefore, our people have success. And really, what is that success? To be able to run away at the right moment or when you have to run away. More importantly, somebody who is physically either with their muscles and sinew and bone, but also mentally cowardly. Everything that they suggest for the defense of our people, beginning with the defense of the individual, is going to be colored by the coward's nature. Does that make sense? So their recommendations for you are going to be cowardly recommendations. Cowardly recommendations in very specific scenarios might be able to succeed, but on the greater scale will not succeed, will fail. So if you have a boyish look and a boyish smile and you are 17 or look it, and I'm the same, and I tell you, or we could say this with conservatives, like I did earlier, the conservative leadership to the rank and file. If I say all you have to say is, that you have a lot of non-white friends or your wife has a non-white boyfriend, as the conservative content creator in my narrow world, that might work for me. Maybe a comment like that gets me out of the hot water, and people around me say, "Oh, well, yeah, he's not that bad though, because listen to that. Just said his wife had a non-white boyfriend, so he's not that bad." That's not going to be something that you can adopt and millions others can adopt and then in our aggregate use to recapture our destiny on greater and greater levels. So the man has to be intelligent, but he also has to be able to defend himself aggressively, because then his recommendations are going to come from a place of power. He wants you to win. He wants those all of those masses out there that he never gets a chance to see to be able to win in all of those circumstances, to be able to walk away. And then in our aggregate, to win as a people. It's got to come from that. It can't go from this. It can't come from this other direction. And it's certainly not going to come from people like who are adopting the implements and signs and expressions of what our brothers and sisters have come to believe is the greatest evil in the world. These things have to happen naturally. The anti-whites are not going to be able to see what defeats them until it's in front of them. And then it's too late. If people were able to see what will defeat them as a natural occurrence, Western kind would have seen anti-whiteism coming a mile away, and it would have prepared for it. But it couldn't see its weaknesses. It couldn't see how it could be defeated. And so it was. So the things that anti-whiteism hates today, the things that they point out and they say Nazism is the greatest evil and all of these other sorts of things, does not mean, in fact, it's the opposite of those things being the path to victory. I'm everybody out there, you know, when they demonize a lot of things, demonize Catholicism, Mormonism, our pagan belief systems, because they demonize those things, it 100% does not mean that those things are the path to the recapture of our destiny. I've had the conversation too many times. I've heard too many good people say to me, well, the anti-whites hate it, so that must mean that it's good. No, it doesn't. And you're going to have to start trusting a proud, strong, handsome, if I do say so myself, man of the West. You're going to have to start trusting him and stop these notions that if the anti-whites hate it, then it must be good, it must work. Because this is what ends up happening. This is what they associate you with. Even to the point of doing this at TPUSA. Now, let me get on to this. I think we're going to take the reading out today. We're going to just stick with the Go Free lesson of the day so we can keep moving. But I wanted to talk about this, and I'll see what you all are saying as well. Tag me as nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org, so that I can see if you want me to speak to something, you got a question. I've also had these people say to me, and it's regrettable. I mean, I love these folks. I want people who care or white sympathetic. I want them to be powerful. So I feel a serious twinge in my heart when they say things like, I've had these conversations just like this. And then to retort, their rejoinder rather to me is, well, they hate Nazism and National Socialist ideology because it was the thing that beat them. And so it could beat them again, as though the banner, as though, just taken away from everything that is known or perceived to be, just take it all away. And we're just looking at the accoutrements, looking at the ideology that was implemented there, as though you just need to don these things like a superhero, as long as you put on your cape, as long as you adopt the ideology used by them, as long as you adopt the symbology used by them, it's like putting on your tights, and now you're able to go out and wage conflict with the anti-whites and succeed. They'll say this, well, they defeated them. And I'll say, actually, buddy, they lost. Actually, they lost, right? What do you really know about that time period, the people, how that was perceived, what was actually going on there? The people, the only place where that could work again, as far as like bringing white people together into one powerful political ideology, socio-political ideology, would be in a time capsule going back to that period. That's it. But the bottom line was they lost. So time to move to something else that the anti-whites don't dominate the definition of, for one thing, and that the anti-whites don't know is coming. In fact, they are swallowing our poison pills every day. We had a gentleman reach out on Twitter, and I hope he's here today. I asked him to come on over. I said, come on over. Please start going free. Because he's obviously a good person. He's caring about our people to be saying the things he was saying. But let's take a look at this for educational purposes, all right? This person wrote on Twitter, it's individualism and liberty which they despise most. Talking about what we would call the anti-whites. Ethnic Europeans are the most liberty-loving, anti-communist humans ever to walk the earth. If they can exterminate us, ethnic Euros, they can install their globo-socialist utopia. Now, this guy, we can take from here. If he starts going free, we can take you, buddy, from here to beyond the roof of this house. You obviously are concerned about Western kind, and kudos to you. I love you for being concerned about our people. It makes you white sympathetic. And the Go Free method can help you immensely, far beyond your wildest dreams, make you effective. If you're going to be willing to get on Twitter and make comments, that means you're going to be with your family making comments. You're going to be with your friends and coworkers making comments. We want you to be able to actually change the world for your benefit, for our benefit, and therefore your benefit. You see how that works? So let's go to the beginning. Let me take a quick look at what you all are saying. And okay, nothing here. Didn't miss anybody. And check over here quickly. I'll say hello to all my friends over here on YouTube. Did you hear the errors that that this gentleman made? And it's making errors is not wrong. You know, there's always a first day that you show up to quantum physics class. There's always a first day. And you're going to make, and that's what the Go Free method is compared to, although it's much easier to learn. This is the power. There's always going to be a first day where you don't know. We all have been there. And so there's going to be a first day you walk into class, you don't know. And that's where this hero is. And so we're going to lift him up. We're going to make another champion out of this guy. And so did you, as a student, a practitioner of the Go Free method, did you hear some of the errors? Did you hear some of the ways that he can be empowered? Corey Bell is here. The great Franklin is here. The great Fornull is here. Dr. Dinger, look at this. The great Brent Danger, all just showing right up here. Southern Bloom, great to see you, sweet sister. Tim is over here. Coconut, great to see you, sister. I hope everybody's having a great day. And the great Elaine Sabatino, your entries were great, Jason. I'm really enjoying these clips from the WWB community. Well, thank you so much for that. We'll talk about those a little bit later. And Azimuth Clark is here. Simon JJ, of course, is here. And there is our dear, sweet lady, sweet young lady, Ladybug. Kingdom of Inland is with us. Hello to all of you. Rory is here. Anglo-Saxon. Remember, folks, tag me as No White Guilt. The great First Last is here. JK160 is here. Tag me as... And JK160 is doing some great polls on Twitter. I don't know if he's doing them on Gab, but please participate in those polls and pass them on. There's nothing, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Your family and friends, your employer, there won't be anything scary about those things. And it's getting It's a brilliant way to get lexicon out there and get people thinking in concepts that empower us rather than concepts that weaken us. ML Anderson is here. So many wonderful champions doing great things. Yes, freeze. Archangel saying is the third response. And so so it's fight, flight, or freeze. And freeze is actionable by way of things like submission and sex with another word, another F. And so all things capitulation. That's what it is. That's what freezes. What do you want me to do? You can have everything. Thank you, Archangel. Jerome is with us. Great to see you. Victorian time traveler. Yes, also flight, fight, flight, and freeze. And we don't want our people freezing. I've talked about a couple of these subjects coming up to this, talking about this tweet as a teacher's way, as almost a Socratic way to get you all thinking about those things so that when we get to this, you see or you at least feel the connections as we make them. Promethean Promulgation says, what are the best ways to unlock those survival mechanisms? Every single day, as you think about the practice of Go Free, as you implement the different the practices that we have, you are automatically putting yourself into the zone, the mental place that you are an animal being victimized by an identifiable victimizer. So if you're thinking these things, do you see? By an identifiable victimizer that you can elude and that you can strike back out against metaphorically and take power away from that person. Thinking about these things every day is what ends up clicking on these influences and these latent abilities by way of these influences in yourself. You've got to do it, because if you don't do it, if you decide, well, I'm not going to be thinking about this. I'm going to take the next, 2 months off from white well-being. I'm not going to think about these things anymore. Your body is not going to respond the way you want it to respond. The genetics don't work that way. It's like with eating and how fast you naturally burn calories, your metabolism. If you eat numerous times a day, smaller meals, after a while, it's kind of a long while, and the further you've been away from this, the longer it will take, your body will conclude there's food everywhere. There's food abundance. This is my opinion, not medical advice. And then your body will need to store less fat. However, if you eat rarely or you eat poorly, your body will think it's hard for us to find food. Your genetics can't know that there's a grocery store on every corner. So your body will think it's hard for us to find food. So we have to pack more on. So the same thing with these survival mechanisms. You've got to know the world for what it really is. And I know I used to talk about this, I tell you, and at speeches and at meetings, and women would get upset because they want to think about nursery room. Not all of them, but they want to think about nursery room. They want to think about it's always safe. There's no threat to it. And they don't like being put in that mindset. Men, you better be out thinking about this all the time. This is the reality. And then you will turn on these survival mechanisms. The sad thing is that the wealthiest people in the world, and almost all of these anti-white, not all, but almost all of them radically anti-white, are in that state all the time. So they are accessing. Think about the group of people that some folks really love to just talk about all the time and hate on. They convince the totality of their community that the world is what? Out to get them. What state does that put their brain and body in as a consequence? They are at their best, while we are at our worst. Does it make sense? A little bit more sense now how we've gotten to this place? So the richest people in the world, they are always, there's no sitting back on your laurels. You are constantly in economic warfare with everybody else that's the wealthiest in the world. You are always in that economic warfare. So it's a kill or be killed environment. That puts people into that state where they are accessing their very best that their genetics can bring to the table. That's where that entire group of people ends up being. Because of this story that everybody's against them, everybody wants to get them. Their leaders have been followed by their people. They're most intelligent leaders who have found ways to succeed for them. In our world, it doesn't happen. In our world, white people are too radically individual. And so we have to work a lot harder than other groups. Victorian time traveler. The symbol of Hawaii is the pineapple. It's not native. I didn't know that. White men brought it and cultivated it. By the way, there are more Japanese people than Hawaiians. Of course, yeah. Hawaiian people are not fecund at all. And Japanese people, when out of Japan, really are. All right. Oh, Rory's asking, I don't know the answer to this. That's a great question. Are baseball bats made from willow because cricket bats are made from willow? I don't know what the best wood is for a baseball bat. That's a great question. Through Another Dimension in Time writes, are you familiar with AFP? Is that American Free Press? If so, I've read. I used to receive a newspaper called American Free Press for years. Wait a second, in DC? Isn't that the American Free Press? Yeah, with I just forgot his name. He's dead now. Cartwright? No, what was his name? Yeah, for years and years and years. I went to their offices. I've been to their offices numerous times. Cartwell? I'm so close to the guy's name. Victorian time traveler. I've been going free for a year, and I still feel like an idiot when I think about how I fell for that. So Victorian time traveler became white negative, and he has shared these wonderful stories about coming back from that. And so yeah, that's really magnificent. Repairing friendships and family ties. What does bear traps mean? Summer Lee, hello to you. How are you? What is bear traps? I don't know what I was talking about. Rome says, with a purple shirt and a pink tie, I'm guessing. That's what I have on today, and it looks magnificent. The Great Lockie is here, says, good day, Jason. Great to see you from down under. Willis Cardo, that's it. Bell rung. Yep. He was up until the last time I went there. I mean, he was still a really cogent, lucid guy, even though he was very old. And I went to a couple of their events that they held. They would have bands in DC, and yeah. Yep, America Free Press. That's it. Summer Lee says, around the statues. Yes, we would put up, like, for example, No White Girl Clip statue. There would be bear traps all around the statue. And then there would be one of those invisible fences to keep the Rottweilers that have missiles on them from walking onto the bear traps. Yep, that's a good idea. Landmines. And then make sure everybody knows that there are landmines around the statues. Will that keep people away? I don't know. All right, let's get to this. And I think we'll make this our lesson of the day so we can keep moving as we're approaching the 8 o'clock hour. There were just so many fun stories I wanted to mention to you all. And we'll get to your calls and comments here. And we also have the announcements. Mystery says it's individualism and liberty which they despise most. Now, you all have probably heard this before. It's ubiquitous in the white sympathetic sphere. I was one of those people way back in the day, and I very proudly said, it's our love of liberty. It's our love. We are the only race. This is the argument. I made it many times, my friend, way back in the day. I would say we're the only people who hate tyranny. And so that's why they hate us. By the way. We're the only people who hate tyranny. And so they got to get rid of us so that they can tyrannize everyone else. Because we're the problem because we hate tyranny. So what is this saying? He's saying it's individualism and liberty which they despise most. Well, you've opened up right there a can of arguments that an anti-white can defeat you in conversation. And that's not what we want. It's a big old can. You hear it like that. Sounds like one of those big 40-ounce hanging out on the corner with all your buddies. Like the white people. You go in the city and you'll see like 20 white guys standing out. They'll be drinking those like Schlitz 40-ounce ones. And they'll be passing things off as people go by. All the white people do that. So that's what you've done here. You've opened up a big old can of here's I get my ass kicked in an argument. So you've said individualism and liberty, which they despise most. First thing that an anti-white would call into question there is liberty, or they could call into question there, is liberty and individualism intrinsic to white people? Prove it. Prove that it's intrinsic to white people. Now remember, when you have these conversations, you have a very limited amount of battle time, of argumentation time, and also of number of topics that you can cover. So you have a limited amount of time for the conversation, for the debate. Really what you want to do is get people to come over to going free or neutralize them in their thoughts so that they won't oppose going free. That's just as good, right? You got a very limited spate of time. How are you going? It's like in sales. You got to sell the person. This is the amount of time you have. You can only talk about so many things. You only have this many minutes and seconds. That's it. How are you going to use them? Well, here you have an anti-white would say that's a preposterous racist thing to say, that individualism and liberty are traits that are only hold true for white people. They would, of course, cite things depending upon how educated they are or not. Educated in anti-whiteism, not in what the real world is all about. And then they will aver those things. They will put them forward as though Moses had given them out. And they will say any disagreement to their claim that liberty was born in Uganda or whatever it might be. Any disagreement is just racism. It's just proving that you're racist. The next problem is, and we're going to go back to the individualism and liberty in just a moment, saying that they, and this is a problem we'll get to later, so you can see this is so full. Please, sir, pick up the Go Free method. They despise individualism and liberty. Individualism and liberty. So an anti-white can say it's individualism and liberty that has caused all of this harm to non-white people. Individualism and liberty, your individual, selfish, avarice, Avaricious behaviors is what leads to all of this suffering in non-whites. What you define as liberty, and what they would do then is they would qualify probably liberty. They would say Western liberty harms non-white people. Individualism, when you are acting in concert with other white people, is what harms non-white people. And so there you see that liberty and individualism itself, as just concepts, are things that they can attack in this very first sentence. You can see how this really unwinds in a bad way for our people. The anti-white could then also say, well, I'll agree with you that individualism and liberty are intrinsic to white people, and then I will aver that those things are harmful to non-white people. So now, white person, you are born with a sin that you can never doff, that you can never remediate, you can never cleanse. So therefore, you are the problem. You are the problem. Another position the anti-whites can take there. And then we get to the problem with individualism and liberty being what they despise. If they despise ideas, then does that help you become a collective in a world of collectives where individualism is suicide? No, it does not. If they despise ideas that you can own or disown, that you can claim or not claim, that you can champion or disavow, does that unite the victims? No, it doesn't unite the victims. What does unite the victims? Your victimization on the basis of the group to which you belong genetically. That is what unites the victims. And then you have in this very first sentence, look at all of the things we're picking up here. They. It's individualism and liberty which they despise most. Who are they? This is the invisible predator that you can't prepare for, that causes you to freeze for your survival. They. And then we'll get, and later in the tweet, we'll see exactly how much power he conveys about they, which further instigates you becoming frozen and surrendering, or your friends or family. Think about this as the average white person. What would the average white person do? So this is just one sentence, and you saw me take that apart. Folks, I've been doing this for many years. I'm a very bright guy. There are brighter guys than me who support me in white well-being and going free, and they're making their contributions. But I'm a really smart guy, and I've been in this for many years. And I've sat down and I've taken these pieces all apart. Like a watchmaker, I have the pieces all laid out, and I've examined every little thing. A lot of people out there like to think, that they could be a great novelist because they can write a letter or an email or a text message. You can't. You can't look at the remedy to anti-whiteism and say you've got an idea. That's just not the way. If you've been in a laboratory, as I have been, if you are equipped mentally like I am, or more so, and then you've dedicated your life to this from age, you started questioning at age 11, you dedicated your life at age 12, and you've been conducting tests in the field, and you've been observing everything that works and fails and trying to ascertain why it works and fails, then I will listen. You can see what I just did with one sentence. And now the honest ones that are hearing this live and replay will be saying to themselves, I never would have thought of all of those different ways and how that could play out all those different ways, how harmful that single sentence was, how hard it would be to overcome, how much power is given to the anti-whites to argue and refute in response. Let's keep going. Ethnic Europeans are the most liberty-loving, anti-communist humans ever to walk the earth. Okay, so ethnic Europeans. One of the reasons why I push back, I like to use Westman, M-A-N, M-E-N, and Western kind, and then white as an ancillary, is that referring to us as Europeans undermines us in various ways. Or the non-white peoples who have lived in Europe for millennia, are they ethnic Europeans? I'm not asking you this. I'm not saying it's objectively fair. I'm talking about what the average white person is going to be able to be persuaded by or not persuaded by. Is a European today not a non-white person that lives in France? Maybe family been there. Great-great-great-grandfather moved to France. Is that not a European? Am I a European in America? Most Americans will say no. Most Americans, if they hear European, they're absolutely going to think from Europe. They're not going to think white guy from Virginia. So it's not going to work on Americans. I've heard from Canadians, it doesn't work on Canadians. Maybe we could have our Australian friends chime in and say, if you say to the average Australian walking down the street, what's a European? What's an ethnic European? Will they say all white people the world over? All white people, all people with any white in them? All peoples from Europe? And what does that include? Or are they going to say people who live and born in Europe? Opens up a can of worms. So he says that they're the most liberty-loving. Again, that goes to our objections with the first sentence. Anti-communist. So, and of course, as I said, the very first objection anti-white could make is prove it. Prove that they're the most liberty-loving. Look at the tyrannies that white people have implemented. Look at Nazi Germany. Look at the tyranny there. That's where they look at fascist Italy. They could even say, look at the Soviet Union. And then what are you going to do? Have an argument about Germany wasn't tyrannical, or America's not tyrannical today, or fascist Italy wasn't tyrannical, or Soviet Union was actually created by another group of people? Are you going to, you don't have time to either neutralize this person and go through all of that or win them over. You don't have time for it. So you sidestep it to succeed for yourself, our people, and therefore yourself. So you say anti-communist humans that ever walked the earth. Anti-communist. Does being, again, we can go back to the other objection from the first sentence. Our victimizers are not communists. They may, some of them, proudly take the title of communist. The vast majority will just laugh when you call them communist, because they might not call themselves communist, but they're not going to care if you call them a communist. It's a very weak pejorative to call somebody a communist. Furthermore, identify your victimizer. No, because only a portion of them would actually call themselves communists. Anti-white is what they are. Does it unite the victim by talking about anti-communists rather than anti-whites? No. There are many people out there, many races of people, that there's no uniting of the victim. And that's what we need, is the victim group to be united against its victimizer. So calling them anti-communists is another weakness that empowers them in these conversations. I love this guy. I want him to be a powerhouse. That's why I'm saying these things. That's why I've decided to make this the Go Free lesson of the day. We can save the other for next show, next gathering. And let's go to our final sentence here. If they can exterminate us ethnic Euros, they can install their globo-socialist utopia. Okay, so we're back to, who was it? Was it Lenin that said socialism is designed to produce communism, or whatever it is? I mean, I used to go into every conversation armed with all the data. I mean, it was such a colossal waste of time. And that's why I want everybody else to not do that. You might even not even have the ability to memorize all that garbage and then call it up when you need it. So bottom line is it doesn't work. So what's the use? It's like lifting. It's like going to the gym for years and powerlifting to get stronger and stronger and stronger to be better at poetry. I mean, it just makes no sense. If they can exterminate, first thing I call into question as an error here is the use of the word exterminate. No typical ordinary white person is seeing the white race get exterminated. They will view it and you and everything you say thereafter as preposterous. That's not my fault. That's not their fault. That's just an objective reality. So do we complain that it doesn't work and complain that it should work? Or do we just accept what it is and then give the people what will work? In this case, white erasure, and specifically biological white erasure, but I wouldn't even say that. I would just say white erasure. And again, we're saying they. Who is this entity that can do everything it wants to us? It's invisible. Well, okay, how does that land on you? Are you ready to stand up for yourself? Are you ready to use a powerful set of concepts that puts us in our own story that enables white people to have a moral matrix and to be on the high ground and therefore to defeat anti-whites? Something that works for the individual and therefore is a curative contagion and can be passed on from one to the next. No, because you have an invisible, all-powerful victimizer. So I would say white erasure. If they can white erase us, and most white people are going to get that. And if they don't, if they say, what's white erasure? It takes less than 2 whole seconds to describe it for them. If they can exterminate us, ethnic Euros, they can install their globo-socialists. So I'll stop right there for a minute. Now he's given a name to our victimizer. It's global. Now do you feel like standing up and speaking at Thanksgiving and Christmas and in the board meeting at work and at school? Do you really feel like standing up and saying enough is enough? I'm not going to stand this any longer, knowing that your victimizer is global in size, is global in its strength, and that therefore it's everywhere. And you can't see it. You don't know who they are, right? The communist at school is not they. It's just somebody who's maybe been unfortunately corrupted by them. And so and this is how white people think. If these are people that have been unfortunately corrupted by they, then can you really harm this unfortunate person? No. White people will say, no, you can't ruin them back. You can't ruin them. You can't show them for how immoral they are. You can't absolutely go after them with the laser focused power of righteous moral indignation, because they have been bastardized by they. No, instead you end up viewing them as a victim that you have to just say, oh, you've been corrupted. You've been brainwashed. And isn't that what you always hear from conservative content creators and Republicans? I hope you all are saying this is the most powerful, most intellectual talk that you have ever heard in the white sympathetic sphere. Because I am breaking it down to these nuts and bolts, and we can do more of this if folks like, so that you can understand how the other methods fail and the Go Free method succeeds. That's what's happening here. You end up seeing people do what? Oh, they're just brainwashed. They're just not their fault. Ultimately, that's what folks are saying. It's not their fault. They're just brainwashed. And when people are just brainwashed and it's not their fault, you cannot think the actions that you need to think about people who are your victimizers. Does that make sense? When you know that the anti-white at work is your victimizer, that is imbued and has adopted and is a soldier for inflicting injury on you and your wife, your husband, your children, your family, our greater community, you will come to answers, if you're going free, about how to handle this immoral POS, not some poor person that got brainwashed by they at some global level. You can't see they at global level. You can't get back at they at global level. No, the vast majority of our brothers and sisters do what? They don't decide to fight. And in this context, fighting is using the concepts, it's metaphorical, of the Go Free method. They don't decide to fight. They flight and hide or freeze and then beg to be able to be a member of it, don't they? Don't they go right to the anti-whites and say, how can I serve you? I will do whatever you want. Just don't victimize me and my family today. Let me buy a little time for our white asses today. That is the vast majority of our brothers and sisters. That's what they do in the presence of this anti-white superpower. Is how can I be a part? Can I get on my back? How can I make money out of this? Do you want me to turn over the people in my family who disagree with your tenets? That's the vast majority of people. And then a big chunk, but smaller, they flight from this omnipotent, invisible global power. They flight and they'll have big words on a video or something like this. And then they will go and hide. They won't go out into the world. They won't go pass out leaflets with powerful concepts. They will go and hide from the world. And that's what you see all over the place. These people that get into they ghettoize themselves. They get into smaller and smaller circles of who they'll talk to about what's going on. And it's like I said, at all of these conferences and meetings, you get together and you get a false rush of good vibes. And I've felt it at every one of these conferences, big conferences and meetings. You get a false rush of good vibes because you get to be around people who think relatively the same. And you're not just always surrounded by people who hate you and your race and want it gone, want it white erased. But after the false rush is gone, you're left with this I guess it's like a drug. It is very much like a drug. You're left with this very hollow feeling that you all are all that's left. And that you're just trying to find anybody else out there that might be left to sort of join you in your shrinking wagon circle as the anti-white predators attack from all sides. That's what you're left with. That's the flight. Finally, an enormous mistake made by this wonderful gentleman on this tweet, where he says he calls them globo-socialist utopia, that's what they want to build, is a utopia. Everyone's experience and their lived experience. And remember, where it's a word that is not a lived experience, it doesn't matter. Like pedophile. People don't have a lived experience with the word file. So calling them children lovers doesn't undermine the proper disgust and opprobrium that you have for such individuals. They really should be pedomaniacs. But since the lived experience is not that, it can be left as pedophile. In the sense of the word utopia, it in our lived experience is nirvanic. It is wonderful. It is it gives these emotional sensations of beautiful things. Yes. For the 10 millionth time, you can consciously say, in this scenario, utopia is going to mean something awful. Or in this scenario, that's what they would call it. I don't give a shit what they would call it. You never use the words of their taking. You never take the names of their giving. Your lived experience with the word utopia is positive. You do not call what they create utopian. You call it dystopian. You call it hell on earth. Then, when you get to the end of your tweet and you say what they want is anti-white hell on earth, white people are going to say, holy shit, I don't want to have to live through hell on earth. I don't want my children and grandchildren to have to live in hell on earth. Versus telling white people what they want is a globo-socialist utopia. Well, white people are going to say, well, utopia doesn't sound very bad. Subconsciously. Maybe there'll be a place for them in utopia. If all things are good in utopia, then maybe there'll be a place for white people in utopia. I hope that this has given folks the opportunity to look at how a great individual, what might be a great human being and a great individual, brand new to the white sympathetic sphere, as far as we're concerned, might have been in for 40 years, who knows? But as far as we're concerned, brand new, and how we can take that person and change out by helping them with the Go Free method, the way they talk about our victimization and what can be done about our victimization to such a degree that they go from a black hole to a supernova.
Have you noticed lately that the term anti-white is increasingly being used on social media, the news media, and even in politics? More and more people are beginning to correctly identify and name the various narratives and actions which bring harm to Western kind. But what's anti-white? It's obvious, isn't it? But within the term there's a wide range of questions and issues to be explored. And rather than wait for anti-whites themselves to muddy the waters with their own definition and narrative, we're asking you, as someone who cares for their people's well-being, to answer the question. Have you noticed lately that the term anti-white is increasingly being used on social media, the news media, and even in politics? More and more people are beginning to correctly identify and name the various narratives and actions which bring harm to Western kind. But what's anti-white? It's obvious, isn't it? But within the term there's a wide range of questions and issues to be explored. And rather than wait for anti-whites themselves to muddy the waters with their own definition and narrative, we're asking you, as someone who cares for their people's well-being, to answer the question. What's
exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
drowning in the argument. The anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era.
Control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
We were supposed to play the update, but it wouldn't play for the, I don't know, I kept playing the first one even though I was trying to play the update. Oh, I gotta change. Tell me how the audio is now. Is it back? Is it better? We're running out of time. I want to get calls, so anybody who would like to call, let me know. I know Mr. V is going to want to have a phone call, and we will reach out to him shortly. Let me get to... We have material that we can cover next Sunday, and also a lot of your statements I can bring in on the roll-in Go Free. So let me see what I have here. Here's some announcements. I will, if you all haven't noticed, my virtual assistant, the smartest AI in the world, Maximilian von Fock, made a video for the competition, and you can find that on my No White Guilt channel, and we'll play that next week. Maybe, or at a roll-in Going Free. Remember that tomorrow is the deadline for participating. So if you have a video for the What is Anti-White, please get it in to Lovely Porridge and Naderific as soon as possible. Have you all seen, has anybody here seen, and then I'm going to look also at Entropy in a moment, and Cash App and Odyssey and on YouTube, if anybody has tagged me as No White Guilt, for your comments or questions. Have you all seen over on Gab the commercial that I made, the advertisement that I made for the competition, the What is Anti-White competition? And if you have, let us know and what you thought of it. There's a video that actually plays in the ad, which I thought was really cool. Audio is back and better. Thank you. And what I plan on doing is after the competition is over, once we have our winners, I'm going to do another ad, maybe a little bit of a different one, about the competition and say, these were the winners, and did you know there was a competition, and these were the winners, to get people's interest on this community and what we're doing for white positivity. So if you haven't seen it on Gab, keep an eye out for it. There's also right now, I posted an advertisement for Yiz Dragon Show and for Null's Dragon Show, both of which will be on tomorrow at 6 for Yiz and 8 for Null, both of those Eastern time zone times. And do watch those. Let me know if you see that advertisement on Gab as well. That's going to be running for the next 2 weeks. We need Mondays are Dragon Mondays. So if you're watching Going Free and participating here with us, you can hop on over to Yiz show tomorrow and have a great time communicating and participating in the live chat. And the exact same thing on For Null's show a little bit later in the evening. Both are a heck of a lot of fun. So do participate. We need to continue to build this community so that we are a thing in and of itself. It's a vacation destination for those who are curious. When people look in, trust me, it has a lot of value when the average person looks into a community and they're like, whoa, they've got this specific community has different shows. They have great musicians of different genres. They've got great writers. They've got great artists of other stripes involved. They will see the lights. They'll see the action. They'll know it's a party and they'll want to come check it out. So I really appreciate that and love those two people for all the work that they're doing. I wanted to let everybody know Patriotic Alternative is doing their uh, It's Okay to Be White campaign again, and it is for August 9th. Now, we have on the website a flyer that you can print out to use. Make it into poster size. It says it's okay to be white, nowhiteguilt.org on the bottom. If you get the opportunity, print one of these out, go out and place it somewhere that you're allowed to place it. Get a photo of that. Make sure you get the photo to me or post it on your social media as well. And then we will get whatever photos or any photos that come in, we will get those over to Mark so that they can share and celebrate over there on August 9th when they might do the show covering it after the 9th. But this, again, I wrote here on all of my platforms. It's that time again. Better grab your balloons and invite your friends. Patriotic Alternatives, It's Okay to Be White campaign is on. Follow the link to find the perfect poster to print out. So you can go to nowhiteguilt.org, go all the way down to the bottom, or is it at the top? You don't have to go down. It's not in links. It's in, what is it called, Fernald? Printables or something like that. It's a tab at the very top. You click on that. You scroll down about halfway. That's where that poster is. You can download. You can print it out, and be magnificent to use. Or you can find, and I'll put this out on my social media again, where it has the link, this post. Right here, you will poster where it's legal, but get a picture or two of posters if you happen to find them in areas that might not be legal to poster, and get those pics to me so that I can get them to PA by August 9th. Let's let everybody know. And if you're in the UK already, hey, you could print out It's Okay to Be White with nowhiteguilt.org along the bottom. It's perfectly okay for our brothers and sisters in our wonderful country over there to find nowhiteguilt.org and more information than just the statement, It's Okay to Be White. I wanted to also mention there was somebody here the other day, I think his name was Noodles, was saying something about ammunition. There might have been some misunderstanding. It appears that he was speaking just generally about the cost of ammo. So that's fine, but we try not to do that in the live chat, because the anti-whites will talk about ammo or firearms other than just like a very generic, maybe like I have a whatever and it's great for target shooting or something like that. They'll see that, they'll report that to YouTube, and that's the kind of thing that, look, they're talking about arming, they're talking about buying ammo, and that's the kind of thing that can get us a strike, get the whole channel just deleted. So I see what you were trying to do is just have a conversation about the cost of ammo, and that the cost of ammo, like everything, is going up. I get it. I wanted to ask people, I think this might be next to last thing. I wanted to ask people about the opening song that we play at the start of the show. And I wanted to make that a little bit more of or potentially a sing-along. Do you sing with that song when we play it? I do. I would like for everybody to be singing it. So I was wondering if anybody knows, and I'm not saying we're going to absolutely do this, but if we had maybe like a cool background, maybe we could have Groundhog Fury make a background of maybe like a rotating Eindolin or something. Who knows? And then the words for this song with like one of those bouncing balls when you're supposed to sing the word, and then when it's like holding in place, it bounces up and down, just like they do karaoke. Some karaoke machines do that. Does anybody know how to do that? Would they be willing to do that? Reach out to me and let me know. Maybe we could play that video at the beginning with this song some of the time, all of the time. We'll see. But it's a way to get some sort of a group sing along is a great way to weld people together. And that great idea belongs to First Last, and we're very, very grateful to him for making that idea. I agree. Finally, I want to say here, as part of the announcements, I don't know if you all heard or not, but do you remember that freakish anti-white, just a normal anti-white, who debated Mark, and I moderated the debate on my channel? His name was it on my channel, or did we end up doing it somewhere? I guess it was on my Ghazi. He was a black anti-white guy, and may also be a homosexual, it appears. And, talking all just a typical anti-white line. Totally normal guy, right? because when you're anti-white, you're just completely normal. Well, apparently, I don't know if this is 100% true yet, seems to be the case, that he was arrested for kidnapping, false imprisonment, sodomy, and maybe some other things. And that they came to this conclusion after investigation of a dead body found in his house. So just another anti-white, run-of-the-mill anti-white kind of person that hates the white race. This is what their world is like. So we do have 2 pieces of mail I'm going to hit really quickly. First one here is from our very dependable Randy. We love this guy. Down in the mailbag, folks. He's great. Randy said everything he wanted to say. And let's get out a raucous emojis and an 07 $20 financial gift from Randy. Thank you so much, good brother. Thank you for being so dependable. And then here we have financial gift from Jilly, and coming through on her financial gift that was a promise during the 12-hour stream raising money for advertising Jason Goes Political on Gab. Big 07s and raucous emojis for Jilly with her financial gift of $140 US. $140. Thank you so very much for that. It ended up getting Jason Goes Political a lot of time in front of a lot of faces and on Gab. And we're going to continue advertising on Gab because it's magnificent. There are a lot of wonderful people there. And Torba and those people they're good folks. And so I'd like to see them do well. I'd like to see them do well moving forward. Maybe quickly. And if you would like to talk on a phone call, Mr. V is up. That's all we have right now. Let me know. Okay. Looks like we're blank over on Odyssey. And do we have anything here? We'll look at Entropy next. We have keep your raucous emojis going. 07s and wild, raucous, crack-driven emojis for Marco, the good one in Florida. $20 financial gift. God bless you, brother. He says, you are the best. Glad you made this channel. Wow. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I hope you were learning a lot when I was covering the errors made in that tweet. I think that could be really educational. So that's a magnificent thing to write. And thank you so very much for your financial gift there over there on Cash App. That's the good Marco, not the one that gets into foam. The one that gets into foam is the little Marco. Let me check out Entropy. And over here on Entropy, wow, it looks like a storm of Yiz. It's a Yiz storm. Wow, thank you so much, dear sister. Let me just make sure I don't have anything missing. Okay. Yiz, financially gifting, $3. And this one says 1 of 5. So I hope they came through exactly as it looks like they did. $3 financial gift. God bless you, sister. She writes, just got back from a 3-day trip to the Mises Institute to meet with many people in the Mises community and the white sympathetic spheres, and had tremendous success for white well-being. Of course she did, because she's Yiz the Conqueror. That is fantastic. She goes on with another $3 financial gift. She says here, part 2 of 5. I demonstrated the Go Free method to wealthy academic men of various stripes. So important, folks, because how easy would it be for you to get in front of wealthy academic men and share Go Free? This is why everyone who is a champion of the Go Free method is brought. Could I have made a bumper sticker and got it into the right place like Tall Kevin and Torba see it? No, I'm not there, right? I'm doing other things. So she says, demonstrated the Go Free method to wealthy academic men of various stripes, one of whom is a prominent academic and podcaster in the NRX community who knows Curtis, is that Yarvin, personally. And then another $3 financial gift, 3rd of 5 message here. Not only was he happy I could have signed a copy of Go Free mailed to him, but invited me to speak about Go Free and the white well-being community on his podcast. So this guy, the NRX community, is going to have Yiz on. This well-known personality is going to have Yiz on to talk about white well-being and this community. Magnificent. What an absolutely epic achievement. 4 of 5 and another $3 financial gift from our dear Yiz. She says, and if that wasn't epic enough, I'm just saying and thinking is how epic it is. If that wasn't epic enough, I finally got to know the young artist and director I told you about from the February meetup who has big money backing, and he wants to work with me. Oh my Lord. This is the greatest news at the end of this gathering. Wow, Yiz is such a hero. And then finally, with another $3 financial gift, she says, 5 of 5, I am deeply thankful to you, Jason. You built the tools I need to utilize my talents for white well-being and to fulfill my PTP in being a serious organizer and speaker for our people. Kip, brother, 07. Folks, let's get some 07, some big salutes for Yiz the Eunuch and Conqueror, as well as Unifier, and for her wonderful financial gifts here. What a tremendous success that was. Man, that just puts me on top of the world with that great news. What a hero she is. Every time you turn around, there is another epic success by this lady. Let me have a quick look at the live chat, see what you all are saying over here on YouTube. Thank you all for saluting everybody's financially gifting, and Yiz for all of the magnificent work that she's doing in service to white well-being. What an amazing thing here. What an amazing thing the white well-being community is. Amazing, wonderful people of many talents. I'm so proud of everybody. Mickey is here. Let's see who's tagging me. Victorian says that they would just talk about Thomas Sowell to prove to you that it's not about race. Right. Then they would probably quote MLK and call you an evil racist. Yeah, this is what's happened. And that's what Maximilian von Fock was actually talking about in his video, that the conservative, the cuckservative content creators and Republicans, they are the gatekeepers that are keeping us from the white population that cares or could care about what's happening to Western kind and Western civilization. And we have to bust through that. And that means we have to prove that these people are anti-white, that they don't have the interests of white people at heart. Paul Revere is with us. Great to see you all. Now tag me as No White Guilt, and I will see what you have to say. Or we're going to go to questions or calls here in just a moment. Escape is here. Hello to you. Good to see you. Nick, yeah, hello to you. And those letters had payments, had financial gifts in them. There wasn't something for me to read to you all. I would have read anything that they said. And Jilly herself is here tonight. There she is, right beside Yiz. I didn't know Yiz would still be here. I thought it was too late for you, sister. Elaine says, hey, Jason, check out the demon Chuck Schumer's rant against Tucker Carlson. Last piece regarding the 1965 Hart-Celler Act, white erasure. The clip is on the Forbes YT channel. Okay, I'll have to check that out. Thank you for that. I'll write that down. Somebody write that down. Popcorn Power. Haas is here. Let's go ahead and get to a call as we are running out of time. 19 and a half minutes. But before we get there, let's get a big round of applause to Maki. Maki financially gifting $25 US. US, save the white babies. Save Western history. Save our culture. Save our ways. Save our norms. Dollars. He says here with those $25, giving up on other races. They just want our stuff, is what he says. He's upset about so many of the anti-white non-whites just endlessly talking about coming up with excuses and ways to get things to guilt us out of our property, to guilt us out of our inheritance, to guilt us out of what we create. And I know that feeling very well. Thank you so much for that grand financial gift, Maki. A champion in the community. Robert is here. Hello to you. Let me turn around here and see what we can find and get on the telephone as we are running out of time. Let's pull this up. There's Mr. V, and here comes the call, brother.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Did you say hold on? Are you doing the Godfather again, or is that the mic?
I may or may not be doing so. But I just wanted to congratulate you on becoming king of our race.
Oh, well, thank you, Don Corleone.
It is a pleasure, and I look forward to serving you in the years to come.
Well, thank you so very much, brother.
How's it going, brother?
Oh, man, it's great, especially just hearing that wonderful news from Yiz. Another victory on top of another victory.
Oh, and if this is, if I understood correctly, if this is a person who is involved in movie making, was that correct?
Well, I got to talk with somebody that it has some, I guess, movie making and has some financial backing to be able to make movies. So yeah, that as well.
Oh, we have plenty of material that one could make for movies. Absolutely. Yeah. And let me just say, brother, I think the King Kuna thing is hilarious, but it was also very easy to predict. I mean, there's one of the kings in Prometheus Rising. You just switch one of the letters, and you can tell that this was a plan all along. That's very easy to predict.
Yeah, well, it's a heck of a lot of fun, and I know it really irritates the shit out of folks who don't like me, and it will potentially get anti-whites to do a really dumb report, and then tell the world Streisand effect style on the work that we're doing here. Can you believe he wants to be dictator? He calls himself king. Please do, anti-whites out there, do a nice long piece somewhere. But what's going on with you, brother? What's on your mind?
Well, speaking of movies, brother, we watched Apocalypse Now by Francis Ford Coppola, and it was nominated for 8 Academy Awards. I wasn't sure what to expect. The Coppola movies I've seen are just, the Godfather trilogy, but this was probably one of the, if not the most anti-white movie we've seen so far.
Is that right? Wow.
Yeah. It's a war movie. It's about Vietnam, and every MP about white men and war that you can imagine is probably in here.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. There's a scene where they play Wagner and they say, play Wagner, it scares them. And then they go in and just bomb the living Bravo Sierra out of this village. Indiscriminate killing of non-white peoples.
Wow.
And that famous line, "I love the smell of napalm in the morning."
Yes.
That's from this movie. A character played by Robert Duvall. And every time you have a white character in a position of authority, they make them use racial slurs and come across as just terrible, terrible people.
Yeah.
Every single MP that you can think of is there. So in that scene where they're bombing this village, destroying the village, it goes on for like 5 minutes. We're the ones getting bombarded with MPs.
Yes.
So the war movie, it's about Vietnam, but it's really a war in Western kind.
That's a great metaphor. Very well stated.
Yeah, it's absolutely terrible. a member of Patrick's GFC said he had like 3 pages full of notes. I got 2 pages back to back.
Wow.
And it also has Marlon Brando playing the villain, again a white villain. You have a little bit of sympathy for the main protagonist, who is a Westman, but they kill off that sympathy when they write it in the script that he shoots a non-white civilian.
Of course.
Yeah, who was injured, by the way, because a non-white in his team shot at her.
Oh boy.
The white men are shown as just absolute goobers, maniacs, and murderous psychopaths, as if they're having fun during this war. There's just some ridiculous scenes that break the immersion, because that's the other thing, right? MPs break the immersion because they're not based in reality. They're based in the anti-white narrative. They're based in fiction. So people only like these movies, really, because they're unconscious of the anti-whiteism. Once you go through, you could never accept this. There's no way in hell that this movie deserves to be nominated for 8 Academy Awards. And we saw the regular version. I picked up from my library the Apocalypse Now Redux, which has, I think, 48 or 45 minutes extra. How much do you want to bet there's more MPs there, too? It was already one of the most anti-white movies. I'm going to watch the extended version when I got some free time, and it's going to be even more. I can already bet.
Oh, I have no doubt. Yeah. Even more, even the stuff that's on the cutting room floor is anti-white as all hell. And this thing about the big awards that they hand out, it's always, even it's like best actor, they're always talking about the most anti-white thing. That's like this subtext to the movie, the actor, cinematography, everything is how anti-white has it been? That's really the bottom line with anything you do in any of these environments where the anti-whites are operating things is, were you anti-white? Were you extremely anti-white? Well, then you got a chance at winning. The movie you win extremely anti-white, well, then you got a chance. They want to reward the more anti-white so they get more of it. Those are the incentives and disincentives in the anti-white narrative.
Spot on, brother. And this one nominated for 8 Academy Awards. I think that says everything.
Yeah.
Based on what you just said. They're druggies, so they're doing acid, other kinds of drugs, alcohol. Again, not a single white man that you can look up to. Like you said, brother, not a single white man, because they're always a villain or there's some sort of degenerate. There's MPs about war crimes. There's MPs about cowardice.
Wow.
There's MPs, this MP that people mentioned in our post-movie discussion during the Vietnam times, where they were talking about, these white sergeants, they're putting these non-whites out there on the front line to die. That MP shows up here as well.
Yeah.
They show white combatants as detached, but they show non-white combatants as more engaged.
Sure.
It's absolutely, it just goes on and on and on, really. And to play Wagner and say that scares them off, and of course using all kinds of racial slurs, and then to show you this, it's minutes long. It's a minute-long scene as a whole MP, right? We're calling like this, we're trying to come up with names, MP Apocalypse Now, or whatever.
That's good.
Yeah, because it's so bad. But to play Wagner just before showing you this scene of white men killing non-white people in the movie is basically to associate Western music and Western culture with massacre.
Yes. Yep. Perfectly stated there. That's exactly what it is. And that's exactly what happens in the minds of folks. I guarantee you, fans of that movie, ladies and gentlemen, if you were to play Wagner or any of the other great classical pieces that the average person is going to recognize, that they might say to you, what are you going to start killing people? What are you going to start? The same way that you would get a response from if you were to play like Halloween music or like the music for Jaws or the music, it becomes associated in the person's subconscious mind forevermore with whatever they're being presented. This is hardcore psychological warfare that is being used against us, is being waged on us. And so we have to take a psychological defense to the psychological warfare, or there isn't a hope in hell. I mean, you can imagine, this is a great, actually, Mr. V, a great example to point out. The people who say, well, you don't really need to inoculate your kids with going free, to inoculate them against anti-whiteism because, oh, I'm going to teach them about how America was great at one point, and I'm going to teach them about our European religions, and we're gonna have our European festivals. You're saying this, but then those kids are going to end up watching Apocalypse Now or the equivalent today or whatever it is, and they're going to walk away from that with a slew of mean pathogens. And that's why these kids end up, so many of them over the years, leaving the white sympathetic sphere, hating their parents. I mean, even as we all know, we've said it before, you've got these people who are leading content creators, personalities, and either all of their kids or half of their kids have gone hardcore anti-white. You can't have that when you teach. I mean, there's a whole, for people out there who think that you could teach your children, you could inoculate them with the Go Free method, and they'll still turn on you. How often does it happen with that other little community that they have members turn on them? The reason why they have so few members of the community, of their community, who turn on them is because they're brought up observing what they believe are real or fanciful or whatever it is, discrimination, attack, animus on their group. And so they don't then attack their own group, turn on their own group for a couple of reasons. The two primary ones are, number one, your individual well-being is your group's well-being. Number two, harming your group after it's been victimized for so long is the grossest, most immoral thing that a person of that group could do. So, folks like to say, well, if you look in their religion, their holy book, it says here, forget their holy book. That's not what does it. The holy book doesn't do it. The vast majority of these folks there isn't a God in their holy books that says, well, you get to go into heaven if you obey everything I say. You don't get to go into heaven if you... No, that's not how it works for them. That's not what it is. They have an ideology in their community that sustains it. They're taught that they've been victimized all along. And that further victimizing their people is the most shameful thing that a member of their community can do. That's why they don't victimize their own community. And we can have the exact same thing. There is no reason why our members of Western kind should not find it absolutely reprehensible to victimize a victimized people. But we can't have that if we can't even have a people if people go around talking about things like saying the communists are after us, or the socialists or the Marxists or whatever it is. We can't have that on various levels if we don't have a people. And we can't have that if we continue to act so proud. So we're so tough, we could never be victimized. No, then you'll have traitors out the wazoo, because this is a brave, powerful people that can never be victimized. And you have these individual members who have led shitty lives. And the only thing that's going to keep them from victimizing that community is understanding that these are nothing but victims, and it would be the height of immorality to victimize them. If they think, oh, it's a bunch of brave people that could never be harmed, that could never suffer any indignities, that could never be under heel, that could never be, they're just going to see their own miserable life and say, I can dish out whatever I want to the rest of those individuals. That's why we have traitors. That's why they're so loyal to each other. I've studied this for so long. I'm so tired of people coming. And this goes to another thing. I'll pass it back to you, Mr. B. This goes to another conversation we were just having. I had it in part on a thread and also in private, that in the white sympathetic sphere, and the white sympathetic sphere, a lot of the vast majority of people who are not going free and who say, well, the go free method is not going to work for them. The vast majority of these people, in my personal experience, as I've been face to face selling it to folks, are people who want to do several things with their time in the white sympathetic sphere that they cannot do if there is the go free method in their life. And that is, they want to be able to talk to people. Now, back then, it was all offline. Now it can be almost 90% online or more, maybe 100% online, to lesser and lesser percentages in person. But they want to be able to give their own detailed litany of doom that they can document. They want to be able to, and everybody knows this who is pre-internet. You would get amongst folks and their mouths would not stop moving about all the doom that they want to document, all of the doom they want to dissect, who's behind it, all the doom that's coming, what they think is going to come next, because these are children with their toys. Their thoughts are their toys. And then their absolute crazy crotchet remedies to remedy the state that we're in. They all want to, that's all it is this gigantic. Folks, I used to go to these meetings and I would go to a meeting, there could be like 9, 10, 12 people there, and there would be more paperwork than the Library of Congress. Everybody's showing up with their own little books, their own little crotchets, their own little this, their own little that, and they want to talk about this specific, they want to talk about that specific, and then they want to get to, and I think the way this can be fixed, and then give you something that is so half-baked, half-assed, you cannot believe that they could be considered an adult coming to any remedy. You wonder when they feel the pain to go to the bathroom if they actually bother to sit on the toilet. How do they put it together? Since their remedy to what's going on to us, they think is what they just presented. And so these things are just, they're toys. They want to be able to sit down and talk about what they think is the biggest doom, the best dissection, the best divination, the best predictions for the future, and then how it's going to be remedied. And then they hear, well, there's actually a method that you can win in yourself with your subconscious mind. You can win in your family. You can win in society. You can win at work. Our people can win. They immediately say to themselves, well, now hold on. I won't be able to doom document, and I love talking about how bad it is, and I love trying to one-up everybody else who's saying how bad it is. I get the worst stories out there. I love being able to talk about who I think is behind it and how they're behind it and how they did what they did while they're behind it. I love being able to speculate how bad it's going to get and what they are going to do next. I love doing that. That's a lot of fun. And then what I love most is when I'm driving in the truck or I'm driving in whatever it is, Saab or whatever it might be, to and from work, and I think about ways that we can remedy this. And every week I have a new way that we could remedy it all. Every week I have a new way that you could talk to your mother about this. Every week I have a new way that you get no science, no knowledge, no deliberate academic approach to the reclamation of our destiny. They love being able to do all of that. And wait, I won't be able to do all of that anymore? No, the Go Free method doesn't work with me. I don't think it works with everybody. I have my own method. And then, they'll go to, and I strongly believe that there are different vehicles that can offer different levels of value for a white person. There can be religious communities that provide the value of community, that can provide the value, and that's a lot of things, raising children and having children play with other children that care about white race. And there can be a lot of different ways that different communities and different vehicles can serve the individual Westman. But as of yet, there is only one way, the psychological defense for the psychological warfare that is waged against us, that enables us to take back our lives, and that's our destiny. And we've already demonstrated we've taken back the destiny on the individual level in a way that doesn't ostracize and demonize the individual with all of his friends and peers and make him a pariah and no longer invited to any events anymore. And then that same method is a curative contagion. He can share that with his friends, family, and strangers, coworkers, etc. And they will want to take it up too because it works for them, rather than saying, oh, no way, I'm not going to tell people that that major event didn't happen in history, because they'll all call me a Nazi then for even saying it. They'll look at me as I'm totally insane. I don't care how much evidence you have that this or that did or did not happen.
there's one way that's doing this for people. Unfortunately, it does deprive people of the fun and the adult toys of being able to document their own doom, dissect their own doom, predict their own doom, and then give their utterly flaccid, insane. And Mr. V, I can tell you some of the ways, and I'm going to have to think about it because this was just yesterday I had this conversation. I'm going to have to think about it. Some of the ways over the years that I've actually had people say, oh, we can only remedy this with this way. And I'm not kidding you. I've had moments where my mouth has actually hung open and I've just stared at them, stupefied by the midget wittery that comes out of their mouth. And I would ask, in some cases, I would say, really, well, what about this? And this is one of the reasons why in these conversations that I don't have these hypotheticals anymore, because they would immediately say, oh, well, I'll just adjust the remedy that I just gave you in the world that I just created. I'll just adjust that world a little bit so that my remedy works. And so these conversations always go nowhere. I'll say no. They want to talk about, and I'll tell people, I've even had conversations online where I said, no, the moment I tell you how that won't work, you'll tell me that in your fictitious world, rather than the real world, how something will happen that couldn't possibly happen in the real world that will make your idiocy work in your fiction. Adults need to be spoken to like adults. We are not showing people love and care and concern for them by humoring their half-baked ideas. And a lot of people out there who want to just continue to share, and that's really the vast majority. I want everybody to realize this. The whole white sympathetic sphere, up until Go Free, has been these show and tell, like children in elementary school. It didn't even matter when you were in particular groups. All of the groups have to have show and tell. You have to be, for their members, they have to allow people to show and tell their own personal crotchets, idiosyncrasies, nonsense, whatever it is, or they won't participate. And so that is why it's a bit of a harder climb to sell the go or to share, to rescue with the Go Free method than it is if I were to say tomorrow, okay, we're going to have regular chapters and this sort of thing, all this organizational structure that's been taken down by the anti-whites. If I were to say, we're going to do that moving forward. And by the way, you don't have to participate. You don't have to practice the Go Free method. You could just whatever you think. Immediately, the numbers of those interested in white well-being would quadruple immediately. And it would continue to rapidly grow, if for no other reason, because of my prowess at a microphone and in front of the camera and getting attention and etc. And the people kind of vicarious, like, well, he's essentially saying, let me tell you my own personal crotches. It would just grow and grow, but it would be giving the people heroin, and it would make me a lot more money, but that's not what I want to do. It would make what we're doing here a lot bigger with a lot of sick people, and that's not what I want to do. I don't want more sick people. But make no mistake, instead of the Go Free Club, and that's one big reason, by the way, that Mr. V heading up the Go Free Clubs, it's much more work than if he were heading up chapters for like the Council of Conservative Citizens or any of these other organizations that have existed over the years. Some still exist, some don't anymore. Because the people who come to these clubs are going to have to be going free. They're not going to be able to talk up different concepts that they think are, whatever this month's, thing might be for them. They read an article on the Illuminati, and now it's the Illuminati, but ultimately it's, if you're in these spheres, you also have to say it's jaywalkers participating in some way. And I think that they did it at this period in history. That's what the clubs would end up looking like. And everywhere you go, you all know this, everywhere else you go, that's what you're seeing. Every single place you go. So these are toys. These are adult children and adult toys, and they're behaving like children. And I just got to state it flatly. No, Go Free works with everybody. It works perfectly against, and with demonstration, against anti-whiteism. You can continue being whatever religion you are, whatever hue of Western civilization you love. You can continue being in the lodge. You can continue being in the PTA. You can continue in all of these things and practice the Go Free method in your life. But what you can't do, and I'm not sorry about this, what you can't do is give us what you think is the best or the worst doom. Give us your own personal dissection on what is behind the doom. Give us your divination, your predictions about what the doom will do next, and then tell us what your great remedy is going to be, your great remedy. And I'll say this, I'll pass it to you, Mr. V, with this. Mr. V, I had individuals over the years who I would see pretty, regularly at different conferences, different meetings, and their remedies always changed. It could be just a month between, meeting them at one place and them saying, what we got to do is, and by the way, these kinds of remedies would be things like, much of the time, we have to control the money supply. Oh, okay. Well, let me just get right on that. But not only would it be that ludicrous, that superficial, that facile, that asinine, but it would be a new one every month. It would be a new remedy every month. So I don't care about what your remedy is, folks. I don't care about what you think will work. And that's Jason being arrogant. He doesn't want to hear everything that I think is going on. You're right. I don't want to know what you think will make it better, because we have what makes it better. So if you want to call me arrogant for that, for going with what works, with what in large part are my ideas and my scientific testing, and also in part other people's ideas and testing that has proven successful after I took a look at and tested it, implemented all of that. If you don't want to go with that, because here I am still alive today, and Mr. V, everybody knows that if I were dead tomorrow, far more of these people would be able to then say, well, yeah, that Jason guy, he had some good ideas, because then I wouldn't be here anymore for them to feel threatened by in their inadequacies. But Go Free works for everybody. Give up your ideas about what you think is going to remedy things. This has been figured out. Let's get on board with what is working and recapture our destiny. Mr. V, the floor is yours for about another 5 minutes.
You're right on, brother. There's a huge difference between a dabbler and a professional. And we're creating professionals. We're creating professional advocates for white well-being, people who take it seriously, people who don't want just to play the selfish seagull from Nemo and just be me with their ideas. It doesn't matter. What works is what matters. It says a lot about a person whether or not they're willing to put themselves aside and go with what works. Yeah. I would have a lot more respect for these people if they hated our guts, just hated all of us, but still took up Go Free because it works. But they don't do that. They can't put themselves aside. They still want to, be like kids and collect their, antagonist cards. Oh, cool, mustache man. Wow, this one like glows in the dark. Yeah. Wow, if you see it from this angle, he's actually doing a certain gesture. That's insane. Yeah. You folks that are in the white sympathetic sphere, you've got to investigate Go Free. You don't investigate things anymore. You don't in your life. You don't do basic things like look up reviews for a product, look up how things are manufactured. You don't select things. You don't investigate and do research. Do the same thing for here. And every single time you come across people who are getting better because of Go Free and because of the white well-being community, I haven't heard of a single person going, yeah, I'm not doing this anymore because it doesn't work. Never heard it.
Right. That's a great point.
Yeah. It doesn't happen. And do get someone to do the practice with. If you don't know about Go Free, get someone in the Go Free community to do a call with you. Really a call, because text is just, it's terrible. It's terrible, leads to a lot of miscommunication. We got to start doing more calls in our sphere, voice calls. Yeah. If you're a person in the white sympathetic sphere, you got questions about Go Free, ask someone that has been doing the practice. Ask someone that has gone through the entirety of the book, something like Prometheus Rising as well, Crucible, who understands it on a deep level, and get them to give you a breakdown of what it is, how it works. Let them tell you about examples. Let them tell you about success stories. It's just success after success after success. Are you tired of winning? Are you not entertained?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're doing phenomenal work, and we're going to be doing even more of it, and we're never going to stop. I got to get to you, brother, the notes that I have from the Go Free Club, because there's
All
a
right.
lot of stuff that I would like for you to check out. And next week we're going to start with Prometheus Rising.
Awesome.
Yeah, and
That is
Patrick's
awesome.
book club, he'll be ready for Prometheus Rising, I think, in a few weeks as well. So we're moving ahead to the other book in the Go Free method, which is Prometheus Rising, and that's going to be fantastic. We're also going to be changing things up. We had the last karaoke night for a while. Karaoke night's not going away, but we're going to get into skill development. And if you recall, brother, I sent you that video by Professor Kevin Flanagan talking
Yes.
about the word Promethean. We're going to be taking his course called Building a Better Vocabulary.
Oh,
And then we're going to take all the words that people don't fully understand from Go Free, from Prometheus Rising, from Crucible, etc. And then we're going to create like a list of words with definitions, etymology, etc. So we're going to be expanding people's vocabulary. We're going to be,
that's awesome.
taking your example, brother, because you have just a vast vocabulary, and we're going to be improving our skills in that direction. We're also going to be doing other kinds of skill development, whether that's training for our men, whether that's nutrition, whether that's talking about mimetics. There's a lot to do there in mimetics, mimetic theory, that could improve people's understanding of Go Free. So we've got a lot of good things planned for the GFCs, but people have to get involved and they have to join. And we have great guys in the GFC. We have great GFC leaders, and we've also started doing vetting calls where GFC leaders can come in and listen in, practice. So we're teaching our guys how to do vetting calls so we can have even better vetting.
Wow. Man, that is so fantastic. I love it. I absolutely love it. And this is the kind of thing, folks. This is occurring to Mr. V and the other leaders of the Go Free clubs because the Go Free method puts you on a path where you come to intelligible conclusions, and that enables you to defend yourself when in conversation with others. One of the problems is and what people have done over the years, what I did is you memorize data, you memorize history, you memorize what somebody like a Jared Taylor or something says. But you have this very clunky thing that you try to bring into a fluid environment, and it never works. You can't build on this clunky thing that you've adopted from a brilliant person like Taylor or whoever. Instead, with the Go Free method, I knew that we needed to provide folks with a limited number of options, and none of those options would be an incorrect or a horrible one, something they couldn't recover from. That's why it's so precise. That's why it's also so easy to, once you start doing the method, you begin to realize, wow, I can build while I'm using this, given whatever the circumstance might be. But man, I couldn't be a big again 07s for Mr. V, folks. If you could please, I saw Fernald did a flexing bicep. We could do that too. We could do flexing biceps for Mr. V and Raucous Emojis and the others that are running and participating in these Going Free clubs. You're doing the right thing. You're doing the glorious thing, and we are deeply grateful. What are your final thoughts, brother?
Thank you, brother. And thanks to all the GFC leaders. Great guys. It attracts the best. And so far, it's all men. But if you're a lady out there and you would like to start a GFC for women, contact me, gofreeclub@protonmail.com, and I will help you do so. We desperately need some female leadership for the women. We definitely need that. And thank you, brother, for continuing to cover intersexual dynamics, for continuing to cover male and female differences, and masculine virtues, feminine virtues, where female energy belongs, where male energy belongs, how it's supposed to harmonize and interact. Because of anti-whiteism, it's all a mess.
Yeah.
It's all like a fog of war, and people don't understand femininity, and they don't understand masculinity either. And sometimes people take critique as an attack. Critique is not an attack. We have to be anti-fragile. We want a culture that can accept critique, not anti-white pretexts, pretending to be critique, but genuine critique. And sometimes, ladies, they can take critique collectively, a little too collectively. You know, there's times where Mr. Kuna is clearly not talking about women in the white positive sphere. And he always says it, but sometimes ladies can take that collectively, right?
Yeah.
Nothing wrong. I mean, it's just kind of like a bit of a blind spot. Men have our own blind spots. You know what I mean? You look at a beautiful girl, your like brain gets scrambled. You know.
Yeah.
But Mr. Kun is doing great by covering intersexual dynamics, and he wants the best for our women and the best for our men. And you know what? He is right. Without Western kind, ladies, without Westmen, you're going to get things like rape trees. I just learned what a rape tree is today from a new member of Larry's GFC. I just learned what a rape tree is today. Look up what a rape tree is. Yeah, it's not something that Westman created. It's something that we prevent, okay? A rape tree is a tree decorated with the underwear of women that have been raped by the non-white anti-whites that bring them over to places like America, etc. Yeah, that's what you get without Westman. So whether you're white or non-white, I think you want Western kinds patriarchy because it's the best thing that's ever happened to women.
Yeah.
Just the best. God damn, it's the greatest thing that's ever happened to you ladies.
Yep.
Is the white man's patriarchy. And brother, I sent you a message on Skype for the Tennessee GFC.
Okay.
That's tngfc@protonmail.com. That's being led by Promethean Promulgation. So everyone, please check the video description and apply for the GFC that is closest to you. If you don't know what GFC to apply to, message gofreeclub@protonmail.com. But we've got 11 now, and we'll have more on the way. So thank you so much, brother. Thanks to all the GFC leaders. Thanks to everybody in the White Wellbeing Open Chat, outreach team. Just, we got so much good people doing so much good work. Get involved with the outreach team, the White Wellbeing Open Chat, the GFCs. Get involved in some way. Get into the community. You know. Thank you so much, brother, for everything that you do as well, and of course, Miss Carlisle too.
Oh, well, thank you so much, brother. Big Promethean hails to you.
Promethean hails, brothers. Take care.
Bye-bye. That was awesome. Now, okay, well, I don't see that anybody else... We're out of time, really. But, I mean, whoever... If somebody wants to be in call next time we're together on the Going Free Gathering, then let me know now, and I'll put you first. But we'll, of course, ask again at that time. Okay, I don't see anybody tagging me or any financial gifts on Odyssey. But hello to everybody that's there. Same for the folks at D Live. Hello. Looks like I see some dancing girls in a bikini. Dude, man. Trying to distract me and doing a good job. I'll just stare this direction for a little bit longer. Maybe I'll come up with an excuse for why I'm doing it. Maybe not. Who knows? But let me check entropy. Okay, didn't miss anybody there. Big debt of gratitude to everybody who financially gifted tonight. Everybody who's participating in service to the white well-being. We love you. We need you. You're doing God's work. And we do have Art Acrobats over here on Cash App financially gifting $4.14. Thank you so much, good brother. And he writes here with those $4.14 financial gift for all you heroes in the chat. I'm just saying that. And boy, talk about the same wavelength for heroes. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Art Acrobats. And then get out your raucous emojis again and 07s, ladies and gentlemen, for a hardwood operator. Just financially gifted an additional $25. I think it was $5 he had financially gifted earlier. That would bring it to a total of $30 this gathering. I deeply indebted, and thank you so very much for the financial gifts. Hero, man of the West, he writes, where is the info for the clubs posted? The Go Free clubs. Where's the info? You can look right down, as Mr. V was just saying, in the description of this video.
and you will see Mr. V's email and the other leaders of Go Free clubs that are out there. And thank you so much for your interest in that. Do participate. You're going to have a lot of fun, and it's going to revolutionize your life. It's the quickest way to get on board going free and having dramatic results in your life is to do it in a group setting. And or at least with a going free friend, which was something else coined by the great Mr. V that was here, which is beautiful. It makes perfect sense. You learn faster and more completely when you're doing it with others. And, when there's a dialogue going on, not you're just sitting there and somebody's just going at the front. No, you're both working on the same subject matter and you're sharing. Sometimes you're learning, sometimes you're teaching. And everyone knows, or they should know at this point in life, because I don't think we have any very young people watching, unless they're watching with their parents or what have you, whoever's in charge and taking care of them, that teaching is the fastest way to learn. So when you learn something and then you take it to someone else, that is the fastest way to secure it in your mind. That is very important. If you're going free, you're practicing the Go Free method, you know that you are in the process of creating these counter triggers in your subconscious mind, so that the moment a MP is triggered, one of these counter triggers is triggered and neutralizes the learned behavior. You can think about it this way. You can't forget how to drive a car, but if you could be taught, not possible, or same with ride a bicycle. If you could be taught, it's not possible to have the same experience of maybe getting into the car or throwing your leg over the bicycle. And that results in the car immediately crashing or the bicycle immediately crashing. You would neutralize the learned behavior. You would have I need to go to the grocery store, and your mind's going to click about getting in the car, driving the car. And then as soon as that clicked, you would have the next click that's triggered as a consequence of, wait a second, I crash when I get in the car. You can think about it in a way. This sort of thing has happened to people, not as perfect a metaphor as I'm giving, but in the real world, it's obviously messy, where somebody has been on a bicycle and had a terrible accident, been in a car and had a terrible accident, and they simply cannot pilot the vehicle again. The moment they think about driving the car or riding the bicycle, all of the learned skills that are now just saved in their subconscious mind and all the confidence that came therefrom about operating the vehicle that you didn't do a single conscious thought about are immediately triggered by that thought of needing to pilot the vehicle being triggered. These thoughts are immediately triggered. And what do they bring up? They bring up the horror of everything going wrong while these people were piloting the car or motorcycle or bicycle and the thing crashing. And they find that they are physically incapable of carrying out the operation of the vehicle. They physically can't do it. The same thing happens when it comes to the poisonous ideas that the anti-whites have put in our subconscious minds. We neutralize the idea. No longer does it have strength over us. And those ideas are absolute poison. And the people who say, I have no white guilt, never had white guilt in my life, those are the ones that are the most white guilted. Every time I have the conversations. Never had white. No, I never believed anything they told me. Those are the people that are infected with the most MPs. It's the exact same experience you have with a guy at the bar, and every guy knows this, that there'll be some braggadocio jackass that'll be talking about how he could just whoop everybody's ass. And he's the guy that can be easily defeated in a fight and has run from fights in the past. They know, every guy knows that the guy that's silent at the bar, and there's the kind of an aura that maybe this guy could really throw down, he's the guy that's going to mess a bunch of people up. There's hardcore science behind this, and I'm fed up with armchair quarterbacks trying to tell me and us what to do. So it's just time to go free. I love you all. That's why I do this. I love you all. I want all of us to recapture our destiny on a personal level, on a community level, familial level. I want us to have good lives. I want us to take back our countries from anti-whites and what they're doing to us. Because if you think now is bad, it's going to continue getting worse.
and a lot worse. But you and I, Mr. V, Fornull, Brant Danger, all these other folks are involved, and more champions are to come. It's going to read like the heroes in an epic tale in movie or written form. And will your name be there? I hope so. I love you all. Let's go free.